Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom to love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking show and so far. So the sooner they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Don't give it up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Child, look at me bringing up the wrong stuff again. Doggone it, Rhonda. All right, so I'm your host, Rhonda. Welcome to the show. I want to send a shout out to Brother Tavis for his jam, Soul of a Warrior. That was the last song that was played. It is an original that American Indian brother allowed us to use his song. So shout out to Brother Tavis. So shout out to the YouTube family. Let me give a shout out right quick in the chat. Shout out to Sis Thelma. Shout out to Sean, the creator. Shout out to Brother I'm Born here, my spade partner. Shout out to Brother Lance. Shout out to son Scotty, who's working. Okay, proud of you, son. Shout out to Sis Alicia. Sis Sandra's in the house. Shout out to Sis Divinity. Shout out to Sis Denise. And shout out to TD. So peace and love to everybody in the chat. And then peace and love to the YouTube family. Okay, so let me bring on Sis. And then we gonna get it cracking. So hold on a sec. Sis, you should be able to unmute yourself. There we go. All right. Peace and love, sis. How are you?
Peace and love to you. Don't forget to record.
Oh, thank you. And I be the main one with an attitude.
Recording in progress.
Thanks, sis. If something happened, I be the main one cussing YouTube out. Dirty MFs, blah, blah, etc. Thanks, sis.
You're welcome.
How are you?
I'm doing fairly well, as they used to say in old days. Fairly well.
Good. That's
How
good.
about yourself?
I'm good. Good. It's good to hear your voice.
Thank you. Same to you. I'm glad to see the folks on the line already. It's good.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. So, I forgot to start off. In case this is your first time joining us, we are on episode 13 of this series, Universal Language Codes and Symbols. And the purpose of this series is a couple folds. Number one is to give an introduction to those of you who were not familiar with what metaphysics is all about. And then also to talk about how the universe, if you pay attention to symbols, which represent sacred geometry, numbers, you can truly understand the true science and makeup of the universe and kind of make it work in your favor. Okay, so that's the purpose of this particular series. So I highly encourage you to go back to first couple episodes. And once we get into it tonight, I'll just skim through some of the other stuff we went through so you can get a gist of what this is about. So tonight, I want to get into, after we finished our topics, I want to get into tonight. I've been holding it, y'all. Definitely want to get into kind of, we're going to get into some soul stuff. We're going to get into astro traveling, Akashic records, and talk about time in general. So that's what we're going to go over tonight. Last week, shout out to Brother Martin Kinney out of the UK. We displayed his work, Cosmic Egg. And in that particular work, he was going over the true makeup of the universe. He did an absolute excellent job. And his work complements Vibes of Cosmo's work. Shout out to Vibes of Cosmo about literally the true makeup of the earth. Okay, so anybody that's into flat earth and all of that, you all will really, really, really enjoy that Cosmic Egg drop that Martin Kinney did, if that is your first time being familiar with his work. So shout out to Brother Martin Kinney from the UK. All right. We got all that out the way. All right, sis. So you have any go ahead on with the fuckery tonight?
You know, you're talking about time. I'm going to start out with, there was a prophecy in 1933 from the Azusa Street Church, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to find it. I really want to find it because it was relevant to today. And
Mm-hmm.
so we're all this chat box and Series and Alexa and all this kind of garbage. So they put, I was trying to get my search engine, information up there, what I wanted to look at.
Uh-huh.
They had changed it to some other person who did all this stuff. And of course, they put it to the European.
You mean who changed it? Chat, what's the face? Chat,
Yeah.
what's the face? Chat GP.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
bullshit. People been testing it from my tech side, and even they said it needs a lot of work and it's bullshit. And but I also heard another YouTuber said that he felt that it was dangerous because they could literally rewrite history relatively
they
easy.
are.
Yeah, so that's
They're doing that.
interesting that you're saying that.
And and they gave that information about the Azusa Street Church, which is in LA, to
Okay.
some European that's out of Chicago. I said, wait a minute. But
Who
see,
was
I
it
forgot
before, sis? Who had it? Or what's the truth behind that?
Azusa in LA.
Yeah,
So
but who
I
owned it
forgot
before? Who started it before?
who started what I'm talking about. The
Yeah.
church in LA. But their chat box had it in Chicago.
Oh, so they didn't just totally move the church from LA to Chicago.
Yeah, and the Pentecostal
Yeah.
movement was started in Azusa. And
In
they're saying they
California.
Yeah, LA.
Oh, I didn't know that. You taught me something new. Okay.
Yeah. So they had given it to this white boy in Chicago. I said, what? And I didn't remember the name of the church.
Mm-hmm.
And I sat there, what is the name of that church? What is the name of that church? They even changed the name of the church. And I said, I was on the phone with my son. I said, I can't remember, but it starts with an A. It starts with an A, not this mess they talking about. So they had changed the whole history. And they put Hitler in there and all kinds of stuff. I said,
What
wait
he
a
got to
minute.
do with the church?
With the prophecies that the church said. There was a prophecy.
Oh, okay.
And it was in
okay.
1933.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a Pentecostal church that put it out there. But they moved it all the way to Chicago. I think that's where that man was from. And of course, he's a white guy too. And I said, I know Pentecostal church stuff wasn't started by no white guy. What are they talking about? But they said he did it.
But
So,
that was my question to you. Who started the Pentecostal church?
Azusa.
Who is Azusa?
LA. Azusa is the name of the
the town. Oh, okay, the town or the church. But my point is, if a white dude, okay, I'm confused.
That's the name of the church, Azusa Street Church.
Okay, who physically started the church, or you don't know that? That's really what I'm asking.
Okay. I think the man's name was Seymour.
That sound like a black name, an old black man's name. Okay, that's what it sound like.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they took it to the white guy. He did it. So I said, wait a minute. No, they didn't. So I had to. Yeah, William Seymour. Thank you, Kimball Mack.
Okay.
Yeah, Seymour. And they had some other dude's name up there that did all that and said the whole prophecy and all that kind of stuff. And I believe they were saying it's in Chicago, Azusa Street Church. That's the name of the church. The people of that church were doing, Christian stuff, and they came up with this prophecy. I'm talking about a prophecy, and so because somebody was asking questions, so
no worries. Divinity. Yeah, no worries.
So I was trying to say that's the name of the church. It's in LA. It was in LA in 1933. And it had the first Pentecostal movement. with tongues and prophecies and all that kind of stuff. But what was important is that, first of all, they changed the history with the chat bot. And they were listening to me as I was speaking to my son and answering me on the chat. I was like, what? These people are listening to me. And so I said, And then the second thing that's important is the prophecy itself.
Okay.
It is about the end of this country.
Okay. Do give more.
And what is to transpire. And one of the things is they're going to have driverless cars.
Okay, check. I'm going to go down the checklist. Go ahead. Check.
Yeah.
Got that already.
And there's going to be a woman that's going to be in control. And she's going to be kind of with bad history,
like a woman leader, you saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Like, so a woman president.
And see, what brought it up was they said in the news that Kamala will be able to probably get 10 years as the leader of this country. And when they said that, and knowing her so-called history, they said about her that she slept her way up to the top.
Child, and you know who put her business out in the street? I'm like, God damn.
That was Brown one.
Child.
Oh no, Judge. Yeah.
Child, I'm sorry, but go ahead on, sis.
And she was going to be ruthless according to this prophecy, and she was going to be, not clean, unsavory, just like they say she is. And I said, "Oh, we right here, aren't we?" So I had, and of course they're not going to tell you all the prophecy on the internet because they're going to change it and not, say all what was said in that prophecy. I was trying to find it,
but that would make sense because remember when Hillary ran, because I was like, they not slick. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me add on. So when Hillary was running, number one, it was a shock to the Democratic Party that Black people was not rocking with her. That shocked them to the core. You understand me? I remember, because let's be clear, I don't support either one of the parties. I understand what the game is. I understand it's, the same bird. I understand that. It's the same regardless.
Yeah,
okay? So I want to make that clear. But
just have different feathers.
Exactly. So I remember when she was running and they were campaigning, somebody came to my door and they were like, "Can I put a sign in your yard?" And it was a sign for Hillary. And I said, "No, you cannot." Baby, that white woman looked at me. She had the audacity to back up off my front porch and look at my address and look at me like clutch pearls. Like I didn't have the right to tell her no.
Yeah.
Why the heifer had the nerve to say to me, "Well, can I speak to the homeowner?" Baby, I gave her a look like, "Bitch, you got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to get off my motherfucking porch." I didn't say that to her, but the vibe I sent her, she got the point. I said no, and slammed my door. That was a huge wake up call to them because they just knew they had the Black vote, and she was all on the talk shows trying to do her little black dances, and they had Mary J. Blige, stupid ass. I know Mary J. look at that shit like, God damn. When she's sitting there singing about fried chicken, with Hillary sitting there, that was a huge wake-up call to them that they couldn't get Hillary in the door, okay? The reason that they did that, I told y'all that when that jumped off and she was running, because even when she ran against Barack, I told y'all, well, I wasn't on back then, but I told y'all the reason they were doing that, they wanted to get a woman in office because the energy was shifting.
Yeah.
And you were going to start hearing more about the feminine, the divine feminine returning, the ancestors returning. And I told you all that they were trying to position to put women in power to say, see, we with it. When that really wasn't the case. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's what the church is all about, the return. And what she's going to do to this country to take it down. And how she's going to really be. See, and if they said that in 1933. Now, if you go to Book of Revelation, I think it's the 13th chapter, that chick walked up there at Biden's inauguration dressed like that woman in that script.
Who, Camilla?
Yeah, she did.
Because they be trying to, what they be trying to do, though, y'all, is manifest those prophecies that they wrote down. They be trying to bring them into the physical. That's what that be about. So that's why. So a good example is that cartoon, The Simpsons. And that's why everybody watched that cartoon so closely.
Because they said.
Yeah, a lot of events that played out in that cartoon, you'll see play out in real life. And that's all that be about. I'm trying to just tell you all the alchemy or the metaphysics that they're trying to use behind that. You know, we'll write something and then, you know, we'll write it and put it in the ethers, and then we're going to mimic it in the physical to try to make it stick. But the energy is like hell to the no. Because it's over. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
She's not even really melanated. She's from the East Indian.
I don't give a damn if she was blackety black, blackety black, I'm black, y'all, I'm black, y'all. She's still dirty.
Yeah, she dirty.
I ain't never rocked with Camilla. I didn't give a damn about her dressing up in no chucks. I didn't give a damn that you were AKA horror. I didn't care about nothing. See, I wouldn't have known that horror part. But see, you let your business get up in the street, girl. Girl, you better stop fucking with them niggas. But that's on you. We wouldn't have known that, but your business got put out on the street. But I wasn't fucking with her, period, no way. I don't give a damn about her heritage. But I'm sorry, go ahead on, sis.
No, I live in Cali, so I know her reputation.
Yeah, I know y'all know in Cali. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I know how she was really bad on the females, us females, you know, and trying to put everybody in jail, you know, for the kids and all this kind of stuff. Now they trying to use the children, allegedly, for slave trafficking, but they didn't care about children back then. They were trying to put the mothers in jail.
They still don't give a damn, but keep going, sis.
But that was the switch. You know, first they cleaned out the fathers out the home.
Well,
you know, and with the welfare.
No, I'm going to stop you right there. Welfare did not take a man out the home. I'm going to say this again. Nigga, if $300 some is taking you out the home, you put my name down as taking you out the motherfucking home. Because if you think that I'm finna let you sit up here and eat on the snaps, you got another motherfucking thing coming. So we could scratch that one off the list. $300 some, whatever the motherfucking case. No, that one ain't gonna fly with me. But keep going.
No, they tried to do it with that too. You know, trying to get the fathers put in prison, all our young men in prison, and all this kind of stuff. You know, if they had a bag of weed, they doing 3 years or something.
Yeah, now that part I agree with you on as far as the sentencing. That part I agree with you on. What really fucked it up, we have to be honest about it. Because you can look at the stats. The mass incarceration started to happen during the crack cocaine era. Oh, yeah. That's when it started to happen. Now, like they always do, with melanated people because we're not due diligent in our research. We don't take the time to step back and look at data, look at facts, analyze, and make a decision. We always rush in with emotions, okay? And I know we're all emotional creatures. Shit, I'm emotional, okay? I be like, fuck that, fuck you, da-da-da-da-da-da, kiss my ass. But then I have to take a step back. Okay, let me analyze, okay, carry the one, do this, divide this, before I make a decision. Melanated people don't do that. We get as a collective is what I'm saying. We get emotional and we ask for things. Do we realize that harsh sentencing, melanated people, because when the crack cocaine stuff got out of control and, shootouts in the streets and all that, yada, 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 melanated people rallied for those tougher sentencing. Okay? They rallied for them. Okay, but instead of using logic, they rally for it, put it in their hands, and then they switch that shit on them. They like, okay, yep, you're right. We're going to give tougher sentences, but they split it up. The powder cocaine didn't get the tough sentences like the crack rock. That's how the mass incarceration started to happen, and then the unfair and the unjust sentencing. Okay,
yeah, because the white European was doing the powder,
right?
And our color folks was doing the crack,
which was purposely put in the neighborhoods. That's what
exactly.
the total Dark Alliance by Gary Webb. That's what, if y'all looked at that series, they just finished it up, called Snowfall. That was based on the real Freeway Ricky Ross's life. Okay, that's what that was based on. Of course, they changed up a lot of shit. But if you want the true story, what jumped off, go read the book Dark Alliance by Gary Webb. He tells you from the time rock came to the States, he told you who introduced the rock, all of that. And he linked that shit all the way through the military, all the way to the Iran-Contra scandal, all the way up to the fucking White House. That's how much of due diligence he did with that. So they knew that they were flooding the melanated community with cocaine rock. They knew it. They didn't give a fuck. They knew it. And they knew, when I was reading the book, they knew that they said it was like 10 times or 20 times more addictive than powder. They fucking knew. They knew what they were doing. They absolutely knew. Yeah, they were running guns. Yeah, they absolutely. It's all in his book. I was just, this was way before Snowfall was even thought about. I was reading through that book like, oh my God, because actually my brother had told me about the book and he doesn't like to read. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to get this book. He was like, yeah, read it and let me know. I was reading that motherfucker. I'm like, oh my God. I wind up buying that book a couple times, just sending it to people. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened, blah, 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 blah. So that's what happened with that.
So Biden is the one who authored the stricter bills, the three strikers. He's the one who authored it, and Clinton signed it.
Come on now, can you say that again for the slow ones in the back?
Biden authored the bill for 3 strikes on crimes, and Clinton signed it.
Absolutely.
Allegedly. That's what he did. But
that ain't allegedly, that's facts. That ain't alleged. You ain't got to say allegedly, that's facts.
Well, freedom is not free anymore, okay? So they're trying to do that. But what I'm bringing it down to is what they're doing now. They're trying to make the prophecies come to pass with all these people from all these nations coming. Mm-hmm. And Clinton Did I just mention that name? Biden and Obama is going to start a non-government organization, NGO, to fly them into this country.
Well, they already doing that, right? Or am I
no.
flying
I
who?
said the immigrants, the illegals.
They're doing that now, right?
No, not them people. I said Clinton,
Okay.
Obama, and Bush. 3 people, 3 ex-presidents is doing this now.
Right, that's just what I said. They're doing that now.
No, they're starting it. They just it's in the news that they started.
No.
But, I mean, they're getting them in. But
no, they've been doing that because we have footage of people recording them flying in illegals. Matter of fact, remember I had that laughing attack on the air when the Texas governor was like, hell to the no, and sent them poor people on a bus to Carmela's front damn door, and that's just child. That stuff still tickles me.
Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah, so they've been doing that. Matter of fact, Obama was doing it.
Yeah. And so they're trying to do that by the scripture. He's going to gather his people from all corners of the earth. And, people are saying that, the DACAs are saying this country was stolen, which, I ain't going to argue with that one. And that they are coming back home. This is what Biden said. He's going to bring remember he said that he's going to bring the rightful owners back to the land. And this is why they're doing it. So they're trying to mimic the Bible in that as well. Right. So that's I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. I didn't mean to cut you off. No, I mean, I'm done. I can't keep talking about it, but that's what they're doing. But
that's why they do that, fam. Literally, it is an alchemy. The reason they do stuff the way they do, because they're trying to bring into fruition that quote, what people think is prophecy. It's not prophecy. It's their plan. Prophecy is different than plan. Okay. A plan is, this is what I want to happen. Okay. Prophecy is, you got that shit from the ethers or the ancestors. And when I say the ethers, you got it organically through the messages in the atmosphere, or you went to the higher realms and you got it. Okay. Or the ancestors gave it to you. That's prophecy. Okay.
So hence that, hence the 1933 prophecy of this woman in office.
And I still say they wasn't a prophecy. That's a plan that they want, because, and we'll get in that tonight, because it's about that clock. They understand energy. They're always going to try to work with the energy to get things done. So it wasn't no prophecy about no woman in office. The prophecy is the return. Let's be clear. The prophecy is not about a woman being a ruler in the United States. The prophecy is the return of the divine feminine. That's the prophecy. Okay. Their plan is to capitalize, quote, no pun intended, capitalize off of the divine feminine energy coming in to keep their empire rolling. That's what that's about.
And so thanks to brother Odell, he told us what their empire was going to be with the word democracy. Because he said the goal of democracy is dictatorship, and this is what they're moving into place right now. They're moving in. There's no freedom of speech. You can't say what you think. They're gonna take you to court and sue you if you say something wrong.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bomb on that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. I gotta take those off of there. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's what they're doing. They're taking people to court if they don't like what they say
I
about.
don't give a fuck about none of that. Let the motherfucking courts begin, because again, you not finna sit up here and break universal law. Okay, see, you can bully other people. I don't give a fuck about none of that, because I understand universal law. So you ain't selling no wolf tickets over here.
That's right.
I don't give a fuck about none of that, because that's the same wolf tickets they were selling that you had to take the jab and all of this, and they gonna come and get you and tie you down and 4-5. Look, I said then I didn't give a fuck about it. I'm not gonna do it because you're going against my will, and I still mean that. That's the bottom line. You don't have no power over me. So go ahead on and do it if you want to. Catch this motherfucking karma. I ain't even got to put hands on you. Catch this motherfucking karma. See, I don't allow people to. One thing about me, I'm going to tell you something about me. I'm cool. I'm laid back. I'm pretty easy going, but don't fucking threaten me. Do not fucking threaten me, because I promise you, it's not going to end well for you. I don't give a fuck about none of that. And I'm not bothering you. Now, I could see if I was bothering you. Okay, then you got a right to tell me, go on and sit down, go on and get out my face, lady. This, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. But you going to threaten me because you want to push your will upon me, and it's fuckery at that, and it's not in my best benefit. And because I won't play game with you, you want to threaten me? Motherfucker, don't threaten me. Because I promise you, it's not going to end well. So I don't believe in people selling wolf tickets. Not to me. Now, you can sell them to somebody else, but don't sell them to me. And until people get in that mindset, you're going to keep getting stuck. They don't run you. They're not supposed to run you. You are supposed to be the author and the executor of your life. Okay? You're supposed to write your story, and you're supposed to play that motherfucker out. Not somebody write your story and tell you what part you gonna play, and then if you don't want to play that part, I'ma threaten you. Now, bitch, first of all, you don't write a motherfucking thing for me. Let's start with that. This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do, and I don't give a fuck about what you got to say about it. Long as I'm not causing any harm to anyone, what I do is none of your business. Do not fucking threaten me. And if people stop being punks, their life will be better. Now, what kills me is that people, you ain't gonna let the everyday person punk you. You're not gonna let the everyday person punk you. Hell, some of you, even with your old man and old lady, you ain't gonna let them woof up at you or punk you, but you gonna let the motherfucker they punk you? No, nigga. I don't get down like that. Now, you who? You who now? I don't fucking think so. You really ain't got nothing coming. So I don't give a fuck about none of it ain't prophecy, their blueprint. I don't care about it. That blueprint is not my blueprint. Their story is not my story. That's how we got in the position we are in on this planet now. Because we have allowed people to tell us who we are, how to live, what the motherfucking thing, all of that. That's our fault. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I said what I said. The answer is no. Get the fuck out my face. Purred. So I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead. What you was saying? Shit.
No, I'm with you on it, because you have to stand your ground. You really do. Some man wrote a meme about Clinton and ended him up in federal prison.
That's on him.
This is great.
And that's what they say. I'm sure. Usually when stuff like that happens, I put it this way. You can't take an oath and be in an order and then violate that oath and that order. Because you're going to get got. You see what I'm saying? So I can't be behind closed doors taking allegiance to this particular oath, whatever the case may be. And then whatever it may be, I decide to change my mind. And they like, no, heifer, you took this oath. So you're going to play out this script that we gave you and keep your mouth shut, or you going to get got. That's usually how that's played out.
Yeah.
Because even, and I'll put it like this. Even if they do, quote, quote, take you out, so what? I'm finna keep it all the way to motherfucking real. Even if they do so-called take you out, so what? If you are who you say you are, what does that mean? Bottom line, you are an eternal soul having a physical experience. Now, me personally, I'm not here to take anybody's threats. I'm not here to be beneath anybody. I'm not here to be mistreated. I'm not here for anyone, anything, any people, any person, places, or things to knock me off of my square, my peace. Bottom, I don't give a fuck who you are. Period. So it does not matter, and it should not matter to you. And when you move like that and you have the mindset like that, and when you don't bother anybody, you navigate through your business and you're truly about peace and, not causing harm to anyone else, you don't get fucked with. But we don't want to be honest with ourselves. We invite all types of fuckery in our cipher. And then when that fuckery don't work out in our favor, oh, they got me. They got me. They got me. Well, how the fuck they get you? Because if you was on your square, on your business, on creating the world you want to live in, how the fuck that sneak in? No, you invited that in. We have to be honest with ourselves. That's the biggest thing where it starts. You have to be honest with yourself. Are you inviting the drama and the fuckery in your life? Because you know out the gate when something ain't peaceful, because for me, it's all about peace. You can't bring me peace. I can't fuck with it. I'm just going to be honest. If you can't bring me peace, what the fuck is it all about? So how did the drama get invited in your life? We are responsible for taking inventory for our own lives. We have to clean up our shit. And when you find yourself in a situation, it's your responsibility to clean it up. So that's on a micro level. When I talk about micro, I'm talking about your own individual energy, how you move. Macro, it's the same thing. Because if you have your micro, yourself together, you don't give a fuck about none of that. You don't give a fuck about none of that. Nobody should be able to try you, test you. I ain't having none of it. Either it's for me or it's not for me. And that's okay if it's not for me, because I value my peace. I don't give up my peace of mind, my soul for no one. It's not negotiable. we have to be honest with ourselves. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. Shit.
No, I mean, if you look at everything they're doing, you can see where they're trying to emulate things. And, like they had Cali up there when they were writing bills and legislature and stuff, I think Trump did that. And him and Pence had Cali, that symbol of Cali in the back. And trying to pick up the feminine energy, the melanated feminine energy.
All of it sits on the female melanated energy. And that's why I get so upset sometimes. And I had to let it go because I'm like, Rhonda, everybody's soul experience is different. When they get it, just move on. Because most melanated women, unfortunately, they don't use their power. Where they think their power is, that's not where your power is, where it truly is. They don't use it. And, I had to just make peace with that and be like, they'll get there when they get there. Because technically, if melanated women were online, none of this shit would be going on. Abso-fucking-lutely none of it. Now, they're starting to wake up. And when melanated women started to wake up, and it's slowly, but they're starting to wake up, white women are doing the same, okay? Because contrary to motherfucking popular belief, white women take their cues from melanated women. So now they're starting to wake up, and women around the world are starting to wake up, okay? But if women truly knew their power, none of this shit would happen. So just the little bit of waking up that's happening, it is scaring the total system. It's scaring them. That's what all of this doggone, women's rights, bodies, and all that shit is about. The quote, genie is not going back in the bottle. I'm going to tell you now. It's not going back in the bottle. And it's not what some men think. It's not about, they gonna rule over me and they gonna do this, gonna do that. Well, nigga, if you wasn't a rotten motherfucker, you wouldn't worry about being ruled over. It's not about that. It's so totally not about that. This shit is broken. It's unnatural. It's unorganic. It's out of fucking order. And women are supposed to take their place. Okay? It's gonna take about maybe 2 generations to catch up. But it will happen. Okay? But it's not about ruling over anybody, because that's not how feminine energy works. Nigga, I don't have to rule over you. That's not how it works. That's how patriotism, or whatever the fuck you want, the patriarchy works, which is why it's so fucked up. That's not how divine feminine energy works. That's not how a matriarch works.
You don't.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
I'm going to interject this. I saw an excerpt from a fight, a boxing fight or whatever, and there was a melanated female, I believe, was fighting this trans.
I'm not finna fight no nigga. I don't care if you are taking the only fighting we gonna do. You swinging, I got a knife or a gun, nigga. That's the only way we fighting. But continue, sis. Jen.
Well, I don't understand if it's a man biologically and he's trying to be a woman, but it was a woman's fighting match. So this trans was fighting this melanated woman, and he knocked her out. I mean, he seriously knocked her out. But
okay, that's no surprise. Okay,
no, there's no surprise there. But what is really annoying is that he said, "Come on, women, come on, I'll take you all out." See, that's the patriarch understanding of what that competition was about. It's dominance. It's a male stuff. I don't care if he took 50,000 Lupins. He's still a male. That's my point.
No,
Because he
totally
can't
agree.
get.
That physical combat, and that's in sports, period. The man is going to always dominate because
Dominate.
it's biology, right? So
Right.
again, now I can't speak for women in track or the rest of this stuff, but a combat sport like boxing, ain't no way in the hell I'm finna get in no ring with no nigga and do no boxing to box. Like I said, we finna, okay, so I got my gun and my knife, cause that's goddamn it, I gotta even it up.
Get your
Shit,
bow and arrow,
I can't
you know,
take no punches like that. I got to even this shit up. Oh, you throwing
Everywhere.
punches? I'm stabbing or shooting. Stab or shoot. That's
I
how
know
this
it.
boxing
But
match gonna go.
once-
Stab and shoot. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
But that's the point. He can't change that Y chromosome. That dominant nature of the male is the beast. And he can't change that. And he was yelling it in the atmosphere to all the other women at the boxing thing. Bring it,
Yeah.
bring it. I'll knock you out. Come on, bring it.
Child,
wow.
like I said, he could have brought that shit in my face. Bring this knife. Bring this motherfucking gun. Now, fight that. Because if you think I'm finna be out here huffing and puffing with you, you got another thing coming. Shit.
But they're trying
Got time to be
get,
tussling with you.
they're trying to replace the woman. They're trying to replace the woman. That's the point. That's the point of estrogens they're giving them. And
I don't care about that.
Lucrons.
Baby, go.
And
Let me
like-
tell you something. This the way I feel about it. Okay. Go for it.
They ain't gonna have no.
See again. This is just Rhonda. This is just Rhonda.
No, you're right.
This is just Rhonda. I don't like to be threatened. You feel you can replace me, baby? Knock yourself out. You gone for it. Gone for it. Not knock yourself out. I'm not competing. I don't compete with regular women. So why in the fuck I'm finna compete with, someone that decides they identify as a woman? That's stupid and crazy on my part. You got it, sus. You go on and do what you go on and do what you need. I'm not finna compete with you. I'm not getting in no ring with you. Again, that boxing match would have been, if somebody said stick and move. Yeah, stick and move, nigga. I'm sticking you with this knife and moving. Now, okay, so now you ain't got that right hook. You goddamn right. Stick. I'm not going through all of that. No, I'm not. Everybody, you have a right to identify however you want to identify, baby. Knock yourself out. If you think you are a biological woman, knock yourself out. Go for it. That ain't got shit to do with me. I ain't got nothing to do with that. Because again, I don't compete with biological women. So why in the fuck would I compete with someone that wants to identify as a woman? Nah, you ain't gonna get me on that one either. All I'm saying to that person is you respect me. Don't come in my face with your terms. If I tell you I am a woman, that's the way I want to be addressed. That's what I expect for you to do. But all of that other shit, I don't care nothing about that. My only concern are the babies should not have to compete in sports. That's an unfair match. But all that other shit, baby, I don't care. Go on for it, girl. Well, you do your thing, girl. Go on and do your thing. Long as you're not fucking with me, I'm good. I'm good. Let them have at it.
Well,
Go on and birth. Go on and get the artificial womb. Go on and birth the children. Go. You do you, sauce.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's have the periods first. Let's have them periods every month. They gotta have that. They gotta have that pain. You gotta go through the.
Think you ain't finna stress me the fuck out. I don't care about none of that. Shit.
I know. But one man who was an older man was calling for violence against anybody that will not let him go in the bathroom that he wants to go in. He said, bring your guns. He was telling everybody to bring their guns. all trans.
And see, I told the LGBTQ community that they really need to take a hard look at some of the extremes in their own group. And I still stand by that. Because now you trying to start some drama because you know somebody gonna take you up on your offer. Okay? Oh, so
there.
Yeah, you and it ain't even gonna be the women, it's gonna be the men. Oh, what you threatening me, mother effer?
With the children.
So okay.
What parent would not defend the little girl going into the bathroom with a 50-year-old man? I mean, a biological man. Let's put it like that. Who would not pick up something and do something bodily harm to somebody like that? That's crazy.
And to me,
he said, bring your guns.
To me, that's even a script. That's even a script that they're running because that is extremely, extremely unreasonable.
It is unreasonable.
And so, and again,
sense.
I don't take threats lightly. I just don't. I don't play them types of games.
No.
And that's what's wrong with a lot of people nowadays. I'm going to keep it all the way motherfucking funky. Because people can sit behind keyboards, talk they shit. It wasn't like that back in the day. It was only so much of your mouth that you was going to run before somebody punch you in that motherfucker. But everybody want to run around and sell wolf tickets and get on this internet talking shit and you ain't going to back it up. So I don't take any of it serious, nor do I take threats lightly. Because that's just not how I was raised. That's not how it was done when I came up. You ain't going to keep running your motherfucking mouth and not get knocked in it. So that's just the way I feel about it. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Everybody tough all of a sudden. Oh, okay then. Blink, blink, blink. Blink, blink 75 times. I don't give a fuck about none of that. It's all right, Ray. What's next?
No, I was go over that Miles Gong, the one that was apartment building was burned up in New York, and they put him in prison. Miles Go, that's his name. Go, whatever. And so they just arrested, tried this guy. He was a melanated man for being an agent of a foreign country.
Oh, I saw that. I just saw it flash across my screen. I didn't know what was going on with it, though.
Yeah, he got 10 counts, and he was found guilty on all of them. So when I was telling you about that Miles Go in the Brooklyn, and that Adams was there with the CCP representatives standing and taking pictures, and Chuck Schumer was up there. You know what Chuck Schumer said? This place, well, they were in Chinatown or someplace in New York, where the CCP officers had got bailed out of jail by Adams and Schumer. This is where the first Chinese immigrants came, right here. So that shows you there's a lot of people supporting China that's in office and having high positions to come back and take over, because those are the police stations. They said they have them now in Houston. Let me see. I got envelopes right there.
And I'm surprised at Texas how they raise hell shit. They be ready to jump off for a fight.
Yeah, and they have them. And that guy, he was giving government officials monies, or bribing them. And he had $100 million that the Chinese government gave him to do that with, because they want that man, that Miles Go. They want him because he knows where all the corpses are buried in China. he knows their rule book and what they're going to do next in this country. And they asked the presidents before Trump. I think they even asked Trump to give him up so they can take him back to China and and do their business with him. But the Chuck Schumer, I'll be writing on envelopes as I be watching this stuff.
You old school with them envelopes, sis.
Even if I put it on a piece of paper, then I said, where did I put that paper? Where did I put that
Right. Write the grocery list on the envelope.
Yeah, exactly.
Get home from school, shit sitting on the table with the money. I need you to start. Like, damn, she got this damn grocery list. But anyhow.
Yeah, and wait a minute, when I go to the market with the grocery list, it stays in my purse. I forget it's in there. So, there's no point in writing notes for that kind of stuff.
They get home and they got a damn thing that you done put on the list.
That was on that list.
Yeah, girl, you be ready to make your little meal and then one of your main ingredients missing. You be like, God doggone, I done went in there and spent $700 and still ain't got what I need for this meal.
Yeah, Houston has one. Los Angeles has Chinese police stations, and San Francisco. And they're trying to figure out why and how they get into this country. But, an FBI agent, ex-FBI agent said on Real American News that they have been taking bribes. A lot of officials have been taking bribes.
No kidding. No.
Yeah, well, I mean, surprise.
Right, no.
Surprise?
Right. Right, sis.
Yes, his name was Faze Michel, and he was found guilty, and he was under Obama, and he didn't register.
That was the melanated man that just got convicted.
Yeah. And he didn't register as a foreign agent, and it's through the Department of Justice that put him through the
prosecuted.
trial.
Okay.
Yeah. So how come all these other white folks out there doing the same stuff, but they got him? I said, Well, they are all running scams that takes these bribes because they get it from their lobbyists. It's a big lobby thing. This company who has somebody from China is lobbying this lobbyist to do this, that, and the other. This is how the government's set up. And now they saying that the government Comer is the one of the representatives was saying that our own one that's in the office at the top of it has millions of dollars that they have taken from China, allegedly, and they have paperwork, and it's this government now is kind of like set up like a mafia, and they're threatening whistleblowers, they're threatening the banks, they're threatening these people, to keep their mouths shut and all that kind of stuff. But they got paperwork on it, but the problem is getting somebody to act because they have infiltrated even the highest points of authority, in courts and justice, the justice system. So,
that don't surprise me.
No, it doesn't. And like I said once before, they need to apologize to Benedict Arnold because they are worse than Benedict Arnold.
Shit, apologize to the quote quote conspiracy theorists also. Shit,
yeah.
But go ahead, sis.
Are you serious? I'm sitting in my house. I don't even go out the door hardly, and I can see everything from what I see here. Sit right here. I saw the Jan 6 stuff and how it was conducted. I saw that. I saw the voting stuff. From CNN and all them, things. I sat here and looked at it.
Well, they just had to pay out. Damn it,
Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, Fox News had to pay out like $100 million over that whole voting fraud thing, and that's why
they haven't
Carson
Tucker
one way or
the other.
Huh? What you say?
They haven't proved that it wasn't a fraud.
Well, they paid
What they
that
did,
100 million. They got that
well,
judgment against them for that 100 milli.
that's a switch and bait, or what they call it, where now that they paid out that saying that it wasn't truth, but they didn't prove it wasn't true. The problem is, if you have freedom of speech, if you have your rights to plead your innocence and not be guilty before you go through the door. But see, with us, we were guilty before we go through the door, right? Now they're feeling the pinch of them being guilty before they go into the door of courts. So they didn't have a chance to even state their claims in any of these courts because these judges are throwing them out. All these elections, they're not listening to. When they say, and you have a right to confront your accusers, but they're not giving them the rights. They're not giving them the rights at all. So how can Fox News pay out a payment when they didn't even allow the evidence to be seen? So that keeps people quiet and make people
because it's a script. It's another script. It's to scare people. You don't be out here
saying these things.
Yeah, that's all it is. I see it for what it is. It's a script. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. Next, I don't care nothing about that. It's a script.
It wants people to be afraid of the system. But you don't have to open your mouth to still take them down, because all you can do is think it and create it.
Right. And absolutely. That's the important part. And here you go. Here's my thing. And I have said this for quite some time. Even with me being on YouTube, this is their stuff. I have to look at the reality of it. If they was to cut in right now and say, lady, I'm sick of you on here screaming every week, MFing and SBing, talking stuff, you out of here. Or just cut the live and say you done. It is what it is. These people's stuff. That's the reality of it. Now, when you build your own stuff, that's different. But long as you want somebody else's stuff, they're going to dictate what they want to dictate.
But the point is getting lawless. There's no laws anymore that people are going by.
What's a law though? Because really the true laws are the universe laws. So what's a law though?
Well, actually, what I'm saying is they never let us have the law on our side.
I don't like they laws any so way. But shit. So now what you say now?
What I'm saying is they treat like we are.
You all away from the mic, sis. I can't hear you. You sound like you done walked away. You in the kitchen finna fry some fish or something.
He was supposed to go 33 feet. But anyway, they'll go through. But it's better now.
Yeah.
But it's kind of funny to me that they're finally understanding there's not a 2-tier justice. There's a 3 tiers. Minorities get really ripped up by their justice system. Mm-hmm. They do that. They do that all the time.
That's a great point that you're making. That now white folks are getting a rude awakening. That you think that you're free. You think that quote quote Constitution is protecting you, and they're showing you it doesn't matter. You go against their system. You're
toast.
Yeah.
Whoever is in dictatorship tells you what you're going to do.
Right. And see, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
And they don't understand that. And they're like, what's happening? Oh, I know what's happening. I see what's happening.
Yeah. And again, I don't care what they don't understand. That's on them. I don't care. And to be fair, you wasn't caring when other people were getting injustice. So I don't care. I don't care. Now, the overall bigger picture, I don't care about the system. Period. I just don't. Because it's an unnatural system. So I'm not rocking with it no way.
Yeah.
That's the bigger issue. See, what I'm not fencing to do is bang my head up against the wall, asking my quote, quote, oppressor to change something to better me. Why would my oppressor do that? Why would they change something to benefit me?
They don't.
That's the bigger picture that most people miss.
Reparations is an example. Why would they give it to you? Why are they giving it to you? There's some girl talking about reparations are coming and all this kind of stuff. Why would you take it?
And I don't have a problem with people taking it. Take it, do what you want to do. Just understand what you're doing. Again,
Yeah, you gotta.
when I talked about in the beginning, melanated people being emotional first, you keep putting the emotions first and you don't step back and analyze. Because when you step back and analyze, you make the best decision for yourself. So I don't care. Hey, peace and love, Brother Sean. I don't care about anybody taking reparations. Just understand what you're doing. Know what you're doing.
What you're doing.
Yeah, that's all. I've always said, do you, boo? But just understand what you're doing. Understand what's the contract in that reparations. That's all I've ever said. What is the contract? What are the stipulations in the reparations? So, anyhow, I'm sorry, Brother Sean. Go ahead. How are you?
I'm great. How y'all doing?
Doing good. Doing good. Good to hear your voice.
Likewise.
Yeah, peace and love to you, bro.
I say fuck them and their system.
Okay.
They don't need putting no thought into what they doing or what they talking about. They just trying to get motherfuckers to consent to shit. They just throwing ideas out.
Exactly, and I don't consent. But keep going, Brother Sean.
They desperate. They thirsty. The whole gig is up.
Mm-hmm.
It's a reset. And
exactly.
it's a matter of where you resetting your mind and focusing your energy.
And what you focus your energy on. Absolutely.
You can keep that bullshit hanging on if you want to and go back into another contract. Or you can be doing what you supposed to be motherfucking doing. If you ain't putting in that shadow work, you ain't doing shit.
Yeah.
If you can't deal with you,
all
you
of
can't
that
deal
part.
with nobody else.
Now that part.
Because all you're going to do is spread your sickness and your weakness. You're going to distract and get in everybody else's goddamn way.
Yeah.
Just stay the fuck out the way if you ain't ready for this shit. It's that simple.
I agree.
Down. It's going down right now.
I cannot.
In the
exactly.
moment. If you ain't focusing your energy on this very moment to manifest shit, you ain't getting shit.
Bottom line.
That's simple. I digress.
No, I 1000% agree. All right, fam. So, I have to do a follow-up, an any follow-up. I know last week we talked about Walmart closing. Ciao. And I was talking about
I heard they got more closing.
Yeah, it's more closing. And I was talking about how people are protesting and talking about it's going to leave a food desert, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. And I talked about that's the wrong approach because it is dangerous. That's why I don't buy that food stamp argument, because it is dangerous for you to allow someone else to feed your family. It's fucking dangerous, okay? The conversation should have went like this. When Walmart decided to start closing these stores down, we have to build infrastructure in our community. See, when I talk about us having the wrong conversations, when I talk about men not being focused, this be the shit I be talking about. This be the very shit I be talking about. No, you're not finna bring to me that the government put you out the house because of welfare. You're not finna bring that argument to me. You're not finna bring the argument to me that there's a food desert and Zaddy won't open up new stores for you. No. You're missing the point. It is your responsibility to build infrastructure in your communities. It's your fucking responsibility. Not Zaddy. Not government benefit welfare. It is your responsibility. It is the men's responsibility in a community to build infrastructure. We focus on the wrong shit. Not interested in none of that shit. Okay? So, we talked about these babies' behavior. We want to point the finger at, the authorities, the authorities, okay? I.e. the police. Shit. For you youngins, the police. We want to focus on that, but we don't want to focus on the brokenness of the community. The core brokenness of the community is the family structure. See, we don't want to fucking talk about that. We want to dance around that, but I'm not dancing around a damn thing. All right? Now let's hit it. They want to talk about Walmart, and anybody that know me know I can't fucking stand Walmart. I try to avoid it. If I'm in there, that means I'm in a crunch. I literally do not mess with Walmart. It's too chaotic for me. I don't feel like going down them 117 aisles to get one or two things. It's just too, I just don't like Walmart's vibe, all right? But in this case, I'm on Walmart's side, all right? So I'm just finna show y'all an example. Let me make sure. Okay, because I don't want to lie upon nobody. Well, actually, I got two. Now, I'm going to play both videos because I want y'all to truly enter and understand what a sister is talking about. So let me go on and pause this. Hold on. God doggone it. Hold on. Yes, sir.
What people need to understand, the police wouldn't have a goddamn job if motherfuckers was doing what they were supposed to.
If they was doing what they were supposed to do. Exactly.
They be in their communities. They have no need to be in our communities, period.
1000% agree. 1000% agree. So yeah, I personally, I don't have that mentality, that whining mentality, that looking for another man to do what my individual man was supposed to do. It'll never happen with me. Never happen. Now you're gonna get the fuck up out of here. You need to go chase that man down that's stopping you from being a man. I don't play them type of games. All right. So let me just do and show y'all real life shit where everybody, not everybody, sitting up here talking this bullshit about Walmart. Shit. We just gonna play two little examples. All right. Hold on a second.
Can't nobody stop a man from being a man.
Why somebody come in my comments with that bullshit that the white man broke up the family and wouldn't let a man be a man? I said nobody can stop a man from being a man. You know that motherfucker never responded.
They can put their little policies and their little plans in place. It's up to you to consent to it.
How the fuck you gonna tell me somebody stopped you, nigga, from feeding your family? And you gonna look me in my motherfucking face and think that's gonna fly with me? No, you finna get the fuck up out of here. That's what you finna do. Shit, Shit, I won't let you be a man. Either you is or you ain't. Shit. The fuck I look like saying, oh, you won't let me be a woman. I can't take care of my children. Whore, what is wrong with you? Get the fuck out of here with that weak stuff. All right, y'all. This the Walmart in the melanated community.
Well, I'm going to mind my business, and I'm going to go home, and I'm going to pay for my soda. So you guys can stop talking shit that I don't pay for my soda. Okay? So, have a nice day.
All right, I'm not done. No, let me go on and switch on over a little bitty bit, so I can get to the next little vid, because the next one is just straight sad, because this lady gets it. I'm like, this poor lady. All right, hold on, y'all. Let me get this next video queued on up. All right, let me pause. Here we go. Okay, so, and I'm playing this, fam, because we have to call out bullshit when we see it. I'm not sitting up here enabling anyone. If it's bullshit, it's bullshit, period. I'm not going to sanction it. It was recently someone was bringing to me some bullshit, and they was telling me this bullshit ass story why somebody, I'm not going to go into no specifics. I'm trying to be strategic with this. Basically, they was bringing me some bullshit is what I'm trying to say, okay? Another family member bringing me bullshit that another family member was saying or doing, rather, or not doing. And so the family member was like, and we wasn't raised like this, blah, 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 blah. And I said to this person, quote, I said, if that person does that, I hope they realize there's no coming back from that. I said, and second of all, grandma would roll over in her grave. And that person got dead motherfucking silent. That's all I had to say. That was the end of that conversation. Because goddamn well, Big Mama ain't going for that bullshit you telling me that they fencing to sit up here and do. We have to call people out on their shit. When they bringing you the fuckery, trying to get you to, sanction their fuckery, it's your responsibility to say, well, nah, I'm not rocking with that. And here's why I'm not rocking with that. The quote, non-community, aka black community, never would have been this out of control if we stood up and held our ground and said, no, this is wrong. This is wrong. This is fuckery. This is immoral. It's our responsibility. What message are we sending to these babies when any motherfucking thing goes? Anything goes. You got old heads out here, anything goes. What the fuck you expect from the babies? It's not acceptable. So ain't no needing us, the non-community, aka black community, pissing, moaning, and whining when we don't sweep around our own doorstep as a non-community, aka black community. And we're not sweeping around the community's doorstep because we ain't sweeping around our own goddamn doorstep in our homes. Be honest. How much shit you let ride in your own individual situation. All right, so let me get to this video, because child, it is what it is. Hold on, fam. All right.
It looks like this. Everything is either on the floor. Look at this. Can't even get no fucking food for my kids, G. Look at this. Came in the store to try to buy something because I'm not a thief. Look at this. In my hood, can't even get no food for my kids. Babies need milk. Can't even get nothing for my kids, bro. I feel like an animal, and black people made me feel like an animal. Y'all did this to us. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the store. Look at this. But this is what we're fighting for. This is honoring George Floyd. People who already couldn't feed their kids, now they really can't feed their kids. Look at this. I am so devastated right now. I am so devastated right now, G. This is not okay. For us to have to live like this, we do stupid shit like this all the time, and we so black proud. We so black and proud that we ain't gonna never be honest and be real about what's really going on. Y'all are so wrong for this. You came in your neighborhood and fucked up your shit. I'm not a thief. I'm not coming in this store and stealing nothing. And ain't nobody gonna turn me into no animal or make me feel like a thief. Y'all let them white folks send y'all off once again. Look at all this shit on the floor. Look at all this on the floor. Everything. Everything's on the floor. Tissue. We couldn't even find tissue less than 2 months ago, and now it's on the floor. Look at it. Meanwhile, we got plenty of fruits and vegetables. I'm not finna pick through this shit.
All right. There you go. This happened. It had to happen around the pandemic time because she was like, just a little bit ago, we couldn't find toilet paper and now it's on the floor. So I'm assuming that was a couple years ago that particularly happened. I don't know what set it off. This video started circling again on social media. Because of the recent Walmart shutdown, the Walmarts that are being shut down across the country in melanated communities, but specifically Chicago was making a big stink about it. So someone pulled up this video again to remind the non-community, the AKA black community, you want to sit up there and talk about what Walmart needs to do. Let me just remind you what was going on. Let me remind you why these people were losing money and they've washed their hands and they're done with you. So it's on you. You're responsible for the world you create. It's not Walmart's responsibility to put a fucking store in your community. And even when they do, that's what happens. You already had a food desert. So come on now. No, I'm not sanctioning bullshit. I'm sorry. It is what it is. And until people get serious and take ownership of their own situation, their own lives, that's what's going to happen. And I'm going to tell you something. People are not going to want to come in those areas and try to rescue it and this, that, and the third, because the returns that the people get back, it's not worth the price. It's not worth the price. This needs to be cleaned up first. That's just the bottom line. So,
Listen,
yes, sir.
a lot of times what people don't realize, you actually make them companies money. They have insurance out the
Yes, they
wazoo.
do.
And all you do is set them up to be able to move. Now they can afford to move up out your community and go someplace else.
Absolutely.
And I could even understand if they were doing it because of the alleged Walmart FEMA thing.
Uh-huh.
But that ain't even the reason why they doing it. And what they don't understand, you getting what you asked for.
Absolutely.
You said you didn't want GMO foods. You talk all this stuff about the food, and it's being removed. I remember us telling y'all some years back that when the frequency of the planet change, the food go change, etc., etc. For this system to go, all this alleged food has to go too. How you gonna achieve wellness if you still eating poisons and chemicals? But the thing is your frequency gonna be aligned to deal with the foods that mama present us with.
Right.
But I guess all y'all will figure that out somewhere along the way. Because had you been preparing, you wouldn't be worried about running in their stores, tearing shit up, or taking something in order
Right.
to have something.
Right.
You'd already have. If you had a relationship with mama, you know how to put your hands in that dirt and
Make it happen.
manifest some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't need nobody for that. But as long as you depend on them, they're gonna give you what they want you to have. And when they feel like taking it away, they can.
That's what they do. Yep.
It's their shit.
Absolutely.
And I digress.
Absolutely. No, very, very well said. Very well said. So I just wanted to remind people to show you all a visual of what's going on and how the dependency on the said system that you know doesn't have your best interests at heart. And when something jumps off, instead of seeing the bigger picture, which is we need infrastructure, the whining begins about what Zaddy was supposed to do for you. Okay. And everybody's comfortable with that. You know, not everybody, but most are comfortable with that. Most still don't see what the root issue is. You build nothing, you own nothing. Oh, no, that's not the problem. The problem is Zaddy's not building for you. Oh, okay, then. Okay. Keep doing what you're doing and expecting different results. That's all I'm saying. If you want it, you have to create it. That's the bottom line. You have to create it. You don't get to sit in another man's creation and think you running shit. I'm going to run that for the slow ones in the back. You do not get to sit in another man's shit and think you gonna run shit. It don't work that way. You have to create it / build it. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. Because they gonna keep doing what they doing. That's the bottom line. And until the non-community, aka black community, get their shit together, sweeping around their own doorsteps, holding themselves to some type of fucking standard instead of the bottom of the goddamn barrel and in the trash, that's what you're going to continue to get. And get left behind. All right. So, I'm minding my business. And shout out to Brother Brian, who I saw put this up. This was really, 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 really interesting. Because now we can get into... Oh, before I do that, Brother Sean, did you have any go ahead on with the fuckery? I'm sorry. Before I get into this.
Well, this whole fiasco that's going on in the media, how everyone's up in arms about Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
BlackRock owns 13% of Fox News.
They own everything. They're an oligarchy. That's what I was trying to remember last week. But go ahead, Brother Sean.
Yeah, they taking a beating. So they actually just sued themselves because they own percentage of Dominion also.
Get out of here. The
voting system.
The voting system, child. They gonna get their ends ran to them regardless. I said it was a script being played out, but continue.
But they're allegedly and supposedly losing money by the billions because of the Patriots, allegedly.
Right.
And supposedly. The way this script is playing out, right in front of your face, they told you everything that was going to take place. And they trying to make that happen.
Yeah.
Whether it's actually happening or not. They fool you with the TV. They give you the narrative they want. Give you the clips they want. And you fall for it.
Right.
You don't do no research of your own. You don't go within and just sense with common sense and feel when somebody's shoveling some bullshit your way.
Right.
Ain't none of their tactics changed. Not one. Same old. Time and time again. Different names. But the same shit. And y'all keep falling for it.
Right.
Ain't nothing about this system that's meant to benefit you.
Right.
The system is meant to take everything away from you, including your identity. And you go along with it.
Right.
And who do you blame? Everybody but your damn self. You the only way out of this.
Yep.
Because you're the reason you're in this shit. Some of us, we're observing. We ain't caught up in the shit that everybody caught up in. We see what can happen when you focus your energy on that bullshit.
Right.
That's what you gonna manifest.
Right.
We on some other shit. That's why we're in a whole different realm. We see and hear about this shit, but it ain't our reality.
Right.
It's fucked up. We can empathize and sympathize, but it ain't our reality. I can accept that other shit happens, And people use things as excuses
Right.
to be weak. But that's not my reality. I don't have to consent to being a weak motherfucker.
That part.
And neither do you. But do as you will. It's your journey. I digress.
Indeed, indeed. Okay, so dang on it. I thought I opened this up. Maybe I didn't. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sid. Peace and love, nephew. I forgot I had let you on. How are you, nephew?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine.
Good.
Thank you, Uncle Sean, for that word of wisdom. Because this situation that they're playing out now is really a script. You can really, well, now that we can understand that we've been led along this trail, you can see how they're lining things up. They're making things happen how they want it to happen. So let's say the people that were patriots have their backstory to work off of. Oh, Trump's going to win. And now they're setting things up where now this whole story of Florida. So you just like, wow. And again, as you said, we're supposed to be focused on self. With all the pesticides, bullshit, GMO food that they're trying to bring out, if we were to tune into Mama, she would give us the frequency we need where that shit wouldn't phase us.
Right.
We can technically eat poison in their minds and it wouldn't phase us because our frequency would be of that nature.
Exactly.
So that's where we're living in fear still. We're fearing, oh, Walmart's leaving. Who cares about Walmart? We know Walmart's a monopoly. Walmart has been used to take the small man out of the picture, the middle class out of the picture.
Exactly.
So I'm thankful. Yes, exactly. I'm thankful that they've left. This, as you said, it gives us, our community, the opportunity to build infrastructure. We need toilet paper. Someone try to find a toilet paper a deal. Try to find the things that we need in our community. Open up shop. Walmart's leaving. Hello, that's a perfect opportunity for people that are thinking to utilize. But what I'm fearful of is the group think that they're not thinking for themselves, moving with the flow of the time. Go ahead. Yeah. Yes, Senator Chandra, we can hear you.
Yeah, because my internet is really bad. It's been bad for the last 2 weeks. You know what? Is in Georgia and Oklahoma. They're having trouble with their internet as well. So I have my internet off more than I have it on. So.
Oh, wow.
So if you hear me cut out, it's because they cut me off. But what I'm going to say, so is this their way of starting the starvation, just like the derailment? It's all casual, like the cows blowing up. That's all casual. It's just happenstance, you know? So the
processing
Walmart
plants have been blowing up.
Yeah, but it's not like we over here haven't been saying that for years before the pandemic. I've been telling y'all for years it's about infrastructure. Just start off small, be as self-sufficient as you can. I know in this current system we all have to quote quote make a living, but it's the small things that count. I've been saying this for years, and I told you
mindset.
It's a mindset. I even told you all when the pandemic took place that this should be a wake-up call for everyone. They showed you how they can shut down the world within a day or two. They showed you that. They showed you how they can cut off the supply chain. They showed you that. And I said, this is once again a time for people to take the opportunity to take inventory on how they're living their lives, how they can survive. I was shocked to see so many coworkers that had to go run out. They didn't have toilet paper, had to go run out. They don't have canned goods. And I was sitting back motherfucking chilling, baby. You don't need that. No, I got toilet paper. I got I got canned goods. I can my food. They cut this motherfucking electricity off. All right, well, at least the food gonna go bad in the freezer, but shit. I grab a few, Sandra. Grab some shit and go barbecue some shit, goddammit. But even with that, I got canned goods. I got canning stuff I can get. I told you all that was a fucking wake-up call. But did people take it as a wake-up call? No. They went right back to the same shit as soon as they opened back up. They gave you your warning.
Yep.
They gave you your warning. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
They also showed people how to shut down the system, but
Yeah, we see.
motherfuckers ain't
Yep.
prepared to do that.
Yep.
You know, what people also have to take into consideration, everything is being destroyed. All this
For a
bullshit
purpose.
gotta go. So
Yes.
it's not
Yeah.
that it's not that they're starving people out. Motherfuckers just ain't prepared for the reset.
Come on
If
with
you
it.
knew a
Well,
motherfucking reset
well.
was coming, then you should have been prepared for the shit. It's that motherfucking simple. If you wasn't prepared, you ain't want shit. You wanted to be included amongst those who won't have shit and will be happy. That's what people are looking for. They're looking for a social credit system where the government sits up and takes care of them, where they don't have to do shit. So therefore, being a useless eater
Oops.
and them owning you, they got the right to dispense of you whenever the fuck they get ready to. If they say that they can't afford to take care of your ass, then that's that. That means you gotta go.
They made that concept acceptable. Wasteless eaters. There's too many people on the planet. We have to do something about it. They
And
already
which
made
is
that mindset.
exactly, which is not too many people on the planet now. Too many useless people. Okay, I'm okay.
Right? I'm not gonna argue nothing
Right,
about
I ain't finna argue with you on that.
Hey, sis,
Yes, sir.
I was like, are they doing us a favor? I think they're helping us.
I'm like,
Oh my god.
they did try and
that.
help a lot of people. Now, if they wasn't fucking their snaps off,
Wait a
and was
minute, Sean.
actually,
Baby, go ahead, old brother Sean. I ain't heard that in a minute. Go ahead. That's what had me rolling. Go ahead.
if they wasn't fucking their snaps off, and they was actually stocking up on shit that lasts for a motherfucking while. And when they go into them churches and getting those free food baskets and all that type of shit, had they stocked all that shit up, these welfare motherfuckers could have stores.
I mean, back in the day now, okay. All right, millennials, pay attention. This is Sandra, brother Sean, all right? I know you finna know what I'm fencing to say. Remember, it was always a motherfucking candy lady on the street, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Always a candy lady on the street, okay? Sometime it was the t-shirt and sock man, but everybody had a motherfucking hustle. But I'm gonna tell you, when we grew up, there was always a candy lady on the street. But I'm sorry, continue, brother Sean.
It's just that it's simple. I guess it's too simple. Most people can't grasp it.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. Enjoy doing what you're doing. And you're gonna get what you get. What you put out is what you're gonna get back.
That is correct.
That frequency you vibrating at is what's gonna manifest. Everything you get and don't get, and you're to blame. You got time, because you'll be back, and maybe you'll figure it out this next time around.
Child, I can't help you, baby, because I can't do this low frequency shit. It gets to a point, it's painful to you. Yeah, I mean, literally, it's painful. I literally, in my soul, I don't have the frequency for bullshit. Like I said, I'm bougie, and I meant that more than just physical bougie. I mean, my soul is bougie. I don't dig down in the motherfucking dirt. It's painful for me to dig down in the dirt. I ain't got it to give. And it is sad because from the silent generation to Gen X, we have lost self-sufficiency among the quote non-community, aka Black community. Because that silent generation, okay, Big Mama and them.
Oh, they were bad.
Oh, they was bad. They was bad in a good way. They was badder than a motherfucker.
Yeah.
See, Big Mama didn't sit around whining, waiting on Zaddy or somebody to put a motherfucking store up. Okay, so millennials, if you didn't grow up with Big Mama and then I'm finna tell you how this shit worked. Okay? My Big Mama rarely went to the fucking grocery store.
Yeah.
Rarely went to the grocery store. We were more self-sufficient back then than we are today. They had more back then than we have today. Because today we think things of value, okay, the cars, the clothes, the jewelry, that's what we think are value. Not the land, the having a home that no matter what jumped off, your babies and your grandbabies can come back to. Okay? Somebody needed to get on their feet. They could come back there. Somebody needed some food. All right, let me go on in this pantry or go in this cellar or go in this outhouse. Here you go, baby. They had less and did more. We have more and have nothing. We don't have anything of value. Yes.
No, I was saying Granny made a meal for the whole family with less back then than some ladies make now.
But that's because they don't know how to
They don't know how to cook.
Yeah, they don't know how to take. Goddamn it, bitch, I'm gonna eat.
They don't know how.
I don't give a fuck. I got some beans. Some jump off in this bitch. I got some beans. I'ma soak them bitches. I got some rice. Goddamn it, I'ma eat. Shit.
They go get them packaged things. Nobody who eats that stuff. Only the.
And then when you fart, you hungry.
Now, we'll go hungry.
Shit. You walk around the corner and you hungry. I just fed them. Well, bitch, what you feed them? Chicken nuggets. You think them chicken nuggets finna sustain this big ass nigga? That ain't finna sustain him. Bitch, you better get a bag of beans and go and get some cornbread and sit your ass down somewhere. That's what you need to do. So absolutely.
Food on the man's ribs. God damn.
Like, are you serious?
By the time you get home, want some more. Yeah, they get this crazy. But you know what?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sis Sandra.
You know what California? You know what California has made us do is to put our fruits, leftovers in a compost.
Yeah.
So if you buy organic, hey, throw them seeds out there. You got an instant garden without even planting it. It'll go right up in that compost because that's what's happening to me. Huh? And I am laughing.
That's good. That's called using your brain.
Yeah. You just throw it out there. You buy some cantaloupe or you buy watermelons or buy bell peppers or something. Just throw the seeds out there. If they're not GMO, they will grow. Because the point of the GMO is not to reproduce itself.
Right. I mean, I've literally bought organic stuff and save the seeds and planted it and it regrows. Only ones that's tricky are tomatoes. That's a little different because you're not sure. Yeah, you're not sure it'll come up, but it may not come up to that original plant. But yeah, you can do it. You can most certainly do it. Yes, sir.
I think we actually had more back in the day.
Oh
I
yeah.
would agree.
Because
Yeah.
all the stores, gas stations, everything was owned by melanated people.
Absolutely. And that's from when even we grew up, Brother Sean.
And then they started selling everything, started
Yep.
selling out to the Arabs. And
Yep. Yep. And the
Yes.
Asians. Yep.
And then the community laws, the
What a
accounting
perfect job.
rules came in where you can't have chickens and all this kind of stuff. You can't
now the
have that. You
thing
can't.
is, they didn't have to sell out.
They didn't.
They was thinking about the immediate money.
Yeah.
When we had thriving
Businesses. Yep.
Yeah, that's
that
true.
was owned by the indigenous people in those communities,
Yep.
they didn't have to sell out.
No.
Nope.
They sold out and then moved out. And
Out of the
white people
moved out of
Yeah,
the
they
out
did.
of
They
community.
did.
Yeah,
I
and
know my
it
family
broke
did
the
the same.
it broke the community, to be honest. It broke the back of the community, because even in our generation, Brother Sean, we had black record stores, not so much black grocery stores, but they were still local level grocery stores. It wasn't any of these too many of the big chain grocery stores that we see today. Now that's up north, because I'm a Southerner. We originally from the South, but I technically grew up north, but we used to go down south every summer. But when you were down south with Big Mama and them, you just did not. We didn't go to the grocery store like that. When we was going to the grocery store, it was a treat. Literally, we didn't go to the grocery store. And yep, they had more. I 1000% agree with you. And even my grandparents up north had big ass houses, because they had big ass families back then too. But they had big ass houses, what they're calling mini mansions. That's what grandma and them had. So anybody had to come back home, go over grandma, papa and them and get your shit together, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. We've lost that within one generation. Now I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
I remember when if you wanted chicken, you had to go to the farms and get it.
Yep.
They cut the head off and
or your fish, the fish man. Exactly. Yeah.
It was all, our people had all type of hustles.
Agreed.
It wasn't no reason for nobody to be starving. I mean, even if it was rent parties, card games, all type of stuff, selling dinners.
Yep.
Watermelon man.
Yeah.
All that.
Yep. They still do that in the South, by the way. And somebody came up here talking about they had some watermelon from Georgia. And I was looking at that motherfucker sideways. I said, okay, I'm going to buy this watermelon. Straight garbage.
We still had fruit trees and stuff everywhere when I was coming up.
Yeah.
Berry trees, grapevines, apple trees, pear trees, all that. They took all that down and just put up useless trees.
Right.
To make sure you just couldn't go outside.
And pick it off. Yep. And all we had to do is go back and replant them. Because that's what the fuck I did. That's all we had to do. Go replant them again. Because somebody stole all my motherfucking apples off my tree last year. I was fired up. But I'm going to be ready for their ass this year. So I'm going to get my shit early. But nonetheless.
The squirrels used to damage all the pears on my pear tree just to get the seed out of it.
Oh, I know you was fired up. Them squirrels are vicious, boy. I used to battle with them squirrels. I used to be running out in my gown like 6-something in the morning. Like, get out of my tomatoes! And my neighbors be rolling me battling with them funky ass squirrels. But yeah, within that short amount of time, just the self-sufficiency gone. I never forget in Atlanta, on the east side on Moreland. And it's a Kroger there. I'm trying to think of the cross street so y'all can know what I'm talking about. It's in between Boulevard. I can't think of the other street. It's a little bit right after the drive-in. So y'all should know what I'm talking about. Because that Kroger that's close to the drive-in. So now y'all should know what I'm talking about. Right across from the Kroger on Moreland, there's a car wash. That car wash did not used to be there. It used to be, who owned that land was a melanated couple from Alabama. And they was old school. That was Big Mama and Papa. And they would, they had set up there, they would come up from Alabama with their crops. So their vegetables and their fruits and all of that. So I used to go through there and just I would buy my shit from them. I'm like, I'm not finna go in Kroger. I'm finna get it from Big Mama and them in there, get my greens, my green bean. So, you know, me chatting it up because I just thought that was so cool and it just brought back so much nostalgia. And so she said to me, I have been trying to get my grandchildren to take over this business for a very long time. And they will not do it. She said they rather go on somebody's job and dress cute. Because that wasn't their only stand, because they had some in Alabama as well. Okay. So obviously they was making a lot of cheddar to come from Alabama up to Georgia to sell their stuff. And so she was just sharing with me that she was trying for years to get her grandbabies to take it over. And she said they don't want to do it. They rather go on somebody's job. And she said, quote, and walk around and look cute. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's unfortunate. You know, so I was shopping there for years. And I'll never forget the day she told me they was selling. And she said, baby, we getting older and we can't keep making this drive up here. We just can't do it anymore. She said, we getting ready to sell. I'm like, oh no. I'm like, oh, I'm going to really miss y'all. I was really, really sad and broken up about that. So they wind up, sure enough, true to what she said, they wind up selling. And that's why that car wash is right across the street from that Kroger. But that land used to be owned by a melanated couple, and they literally, they would come there certain times of the week and sell their produce. So perfect example. So even when Papa and Mama wanted to pass down businesses, the babies weren't interested. Just like Papa and Mama worked hard to get that motherfucking house and that land. And people had all types of excuses in the book. They don't want to live down south. They don't want to do this 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And soon as they leave up out of here, they sell it. But turn around and take out a mortgage for hundreds and thousands of dollars that if something happened to them, they can't afford it. And then now you ain't got no motherfucking place to stay. Now you don't have the safeguard that you had back in the day when Mama and Papa was here. Because no matter what jumped off, you could get put out your shit if you want to. Well, you know, I just go over here and stay with Mama and Papa until I get my stuff together. That shit is gone. And we did it to ourselves. That shouldn't have to be. Okay? And nobody's even saying that, you know, you gotta just go back and live in the past. I'm not even fucking saying that. What I'm saying is take inventory of what you put value in. What are you really putting value in? Yes. Go ahead, sis.
In California, all they want is swimming pools. They don't care if they don't have not one drop of land around those pools to plant a plant. They just want swimming pools. And I've been looking at, house hunters and stuff like that, even other parts of the country. And I said, when they start starving you out, you're not going to have any land because you got this stupid pool to buy, to build, to grow something so you can eat. But people don't think about that. My parents, we used to live in Venice.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my mother and my daddy moved out of Venice. But now it's worth millions of dollars. But they didn't want it.
And now you talk about disgust me to the core, sis Sandra.
I was upset. I was a kid.
Because I didn't even know it was all melanated until you confirmed it. Somebody told me it used to be all melanated, and people start selling their land, and then you confirmed it for me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We had our family, was tribal, and the sisters were living all around each other. My mother's sisters and cousins, and we all lived on the same street, actually. And they kept selling the land. They kept moving and out of this. I said, why?
And why would you sell beach property? I'm just still speechless. And I remember somebody telling me that a melanated lady sold her house in Venice because they were smaller homes. They're not.
Oh, they were real teensy.
Yeah. It's not what you see today, fam. They were smaller homes, and she got like $1 million something back then. Yeah. And one of the celebrities bought her home, as a matter of fact. And I remember this person telling me about it. And I said to them, you do realize that if they sold it for $1 million, it's probably worth 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
You understand that if they sold that beachfront property for $1 million, it's probably worth 2 or 3. And sure enough, that celebrity, and I can't think of his name. Oh, y'all know who the celebrity was? He's transitioned now, but Dennis Hopper, that's who bought that lady's home. Okay. And he wound up tearing it down and building his own spot. And of course it was worth $2-3 million when he
going up.
Right. Going up. Absolutely. Going up. Exactly.
I was upset with my
So now whose fault is that? Dennis Hopper's or old girl that sold that land?
Old girl who sold that land.
Exactly.
Old girl who sold that land. And I enjoyed where we were living, but my parents, they sold it.
I just do not get that. The beachfront property?
And they had yards in the back to grow stuff.
Because that's how they did it back then. I mean, even, like my parents, we've never lived anywhere where we didn't have a garden.
Yeah.
Never, ever, 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 ever. It's just unheard of.
My mother didn't want to live in Texas. It was full of food.
I don't understand. To be honest, if we want to keep it funky, sis, I don't understand in Cali. And, my people that's in Cali, they crack up at me. I said, I don't understand why y'all going to the grocery store and stuff for fruit. Because I just walk down the street and pick fruit.
Pick it. Yeah.
And they were like, you so crazy. And I'm like, I'm so serious. As I had my avocado, my big ass grapefruit, my lemon. Yeah. I'm like, that's great. Why y'all going to ragged ass, sour ass Ralph's? Did y'all know y'all got that Ralph's in California? When I could walk down the street and just pick shit. I've never understood that about Cali.
Well, that's the way they are, They don't see the hand for the forest for the trees, And we used to have avocados that was humongous, right?
And now I love avocados.
They got to get the avocados from Mexico now. I'm like, what?
Yep. And they grow so well in Cali. They grow so one of my people's friend has an avocado tree, and they know when I come through there, oh, I done already bagged it up for you. All right, boo, thank you, because you know I was coming to hit up your avocado tree. So I just don't understand it. It's the dependency, and it's like we don't see it. We don't see the dependency. And again, I'm not saying that you have to go back to living the country living. That's what I'm not saying that. I'm saying, what are you really building? What are you really leaving behind? That's all we're saying. If something jumps off, are you prepared? That's all we're saying. What are you really putting the work into? Because if you're putting the work into looking good, shaking your ass, clothes, cars, all of them things, what are you leaving your children? Where's your legacy? That's the shit we forgot about. The amount of quote, quote, fiat that passes through melanated people's hand, we ought to be fucking ashamed of ourselves. Because it's not about the family. We don't want to be honest with ourselves. It's not about the family. What are your values? What are your principles? What do you stand on? Because if you stand on bullshit, that's what you're going to get. If you want something solid, you have to build a solid foundation.
That's true.
What is being done is not fucking working. What part y'all not understanding? So, shit. That's all I got to say about that.
Well, you know,
shit.
living in a condo, people don't want the responsibility for a yard. But
and you know what? I'm okay with that too, goddammit. But goddammit, I got a balcony, and I'm putting my motherfucking pots on that bitch and doing that. I'm going to the condo people and saying, we finna do a community garden. Make a difference. Make it fucking happen. Don't tell me what you can't do. I showed you all pictures where in the fucking projects in Chicago, them women took them them little courtyards and they had gardens. There is no excuses. You make it happen. If you can make it happen to go get a bottle, if you can make it happen to go shake your motherfucking ass, if you can make it happen to go look cute, you can't fucking tell me you can't make it happen to sustain your family. See, you can sell that shit to somebody else. You can't sell it to me, baby. But that does require work. I'm not going to sit up here and lie to you. It requires work. But that's what you have to do. If you want ownership, you have to build it yourself. So shit, I didn't expect to be on that
Beautiful
long.
words, Angie.
Shit, sick of people and this whining. All right. So the next thing, dag, I keep bringing up this article and thinking I ain't bringing it up. Okay, so, all right, let me look, because I didn't open this article like 4-5 times. Wait a minute, fam. Because this brother I saw put this particular article out. Why is this it? Nope. All right, I got to open it again. I didn't open this sucker like 5 times, but I don't know why I can't find the link. That's really, really weird. Okay. All right, let me share this with you all, because now we're going to get into the regular lecture. All right. Here we go. Okay. Now, shout out to, I think I said Brother Brian, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's who I said. I put this article out the other day. And as you can see, it's from 2015. All right. Scientists discover Earth's Star Trek style invisible shield. I just chuckled, but let's continue. All right. Okay. So we're getting into the core lecture. Shout out to Brother Martin Kinney. He was doing a cosmic egg drop. All right. And this is the toroidal field that he was talking about. Okay. I know what they're showing us. Excuse me. Okay, so hopefully you enter and understand that as well. But let's continue. A team of scientists led by the University of Colorado Boulder has discovered an invisible Star Trek style shield that blocks so-called killer electrons 72,000 miles above Earth. Now, of course, I question the 72,000 miles, but nonetheless, we're going to continue. And of course, I question what they're saying Earth looks like. But nonetheless, let's continue. The electrons, which travel at near light speed, are capable of damaging space electronics and can put astronauts in danger. Yeah. The shield, which forms a barrier to particle motion, was found in the Van Allen radiation belts, according to the distinguished Professor Daniel Baker, director of CU Boulder's Laboratory for Atmospheric and Space Physics, who led the study. The radiation belts, which are held in place by Earth's magnetic field, are two donut-shaped rings that are packed with high energy electrons and protons. So that donut shape, okay, they're describing pretty much the toroidal field, okay? All right. It's almost like these electrons are running. This is the part I'm like, no, these motherfuckers didn't. It's almost like these electrons are running into what? A glass wall. Now they say in space. If you know, nephew, I had to pull this with a quickness. It's almost like these electronics. Yeah. Running into a glass wall in space, said Baker in a statement. Somewhat like the shields created by force fields on Star Trek that were used to repel alien weapons. Yeah. We are seeing an invisible shield blocking these electrons. It's an extremely puzzling phenomenon. Absolutely, sis Nonya. So, what is this glass wall they talking about? Panel, anyone? No. What's the glass wall they're talking about? The dome.
Oh, sorry. The electric.
No, you said it. The dome. That's the glass wall. The dome. The scientists discovered an extremely sharp boundary at the inner edge of outer radiation belt, which appears to block electrons from breaking through the shield and moving towards Earth's atmosphere. The CU Boulder team previously thought that the electrons drifted into Earth's upper atmosphere, where they would be wiped out by air molecules. Scientists have gained... I'm sorry, yes, nephew.
They're saying that, but you forget technology or cellular technology is built on the fact that they're bouncing something off of the ionosphere, they call it, and that signal is allowed to then continue traveling. So they've been knowing that there's something up there because they're using it for their own technology. So with this article, they're just acting really bright, like, oh my God, there's something that we just discovered. No, but you use it for your
absolutely. So did y'all catch what nephew was saying? Basically, they've been done knowing that. Yes, brother Indian Carter, dome. Exactly. So all nephew was saying, they know that the dome is up there because they can bounce signals off of it. Okay, they use their technology to do as such. He's absolutely right. That's why when I told y'all, when we were talking about how energy travels and how your thoughts and your words travel and how you can create stuff within the quote atmosphere and dome, I literally told you all that your thoughts and your words can travel through the ethers, and meaning the water waves, all right, can travel that carry your particular thoughts and words, okay, which is the first process of creation. And it would go throughout the atmosphere, bounce off the dome. I literally told you all that. So nephew's absolutely correct. Scientists have gained insight into the Van Allen belt in recent years. Whatever. In 2012, for example, 2 NASA probes found that the belts alter more rapidly than previously thought, with particles in the areas undergoing swift changes in energy, time, and spatial distribution. Exactly. Because the only truth in this is that the particles and energy and how it's being distributed. That's the only truth. Because that Van Allen belt stuff, okay then, bruh. Because you didn't just said that there's a glass dome. So if there's a glass dome, how did they get to the moon? Motherfucking wait.
Where are they going about outer space, bro?
How did they get to the moon? How did they get to Mars? All of that. I'll wait. Let me sip my water.
If
the hell is Elon Musk doing with all that money?
Right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother John.
If the Van Allen belt is in a circle around Earth due to the magnetic field, wouldn't that view of the Earth that they keep giving us, wouldn't it have a ring around it?
You would think so.
Yeah. Blue aura.
Okay, I'll go back up here because this what they say, right? Where's the Van Allen belt? Because the only truth in this picture literally is the toroidal field, and they're trying to depict the glass dome. Or they call it a glass. I don't want to lie up upon these people. The glass wall. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. So.
And also, if you're looking at your picture, Auntie, to buy into this concept that they're projecting to you, you have to also believe that we're floating in the middle of space and that we're circling the sun. You have to, this is the programming that they keep projecting on us that they're trying to get us to consent to. So we know that's not the truth. But if we follow their psychological programming, then yeah, we're a spinning ball, middle of nowhere, and we have this Van Halen belt around us.
But you can't forget moving through space at how many miles an hour? You can't leave that out, nephew. Now
67,000 miles.
Right, 67,000 miles an hour, baby. With this glass wall, child, if they don't go somewhere.
Since they mentioned Star Trek shield, then that mean that they would know that the dome is plasma. Because on Star Trek, their shields was a plasma shield.
Right. Just
the shit that they didn't put in our face our whole life.
All the time. This blew me back for them to say a glass wall. I said, I know they lying. Clutch pearls, clutch pearls, clutch pearls. So,
well,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Well, in the Bible, they call it the firmament.
Right.
So they've been knowing since creation that it was there. And the preachers lied and say it broke up. And that's how the waters came down from the bottom and from the top.
Right. So let me refresh y'all memory. Now you go ahead, sis, because I'm just finna bring up just Brother Martin Kinney's thingamajig so y'all can see his model. Because I don't like to lie up upon people.
Yeah, they just, they did blow a hole into the thing in the 40s or something with a nuke.
Well, they tried to.
So yeah, well, they knew it was there. That's the problem. This article here is kind of like off base or something. They didn't catch up with the 1940 thing.
This article is disclosure again. And so while I try to just pull up, I'm not going to play it. I'm just going to show it. Now, does it make sense when they claim they're sending rockets in space? When you watch that rocket go up in the air, and as you're watching that rocket go up in the air, pay attention. That motherfucker gonna turn sideways. Every time it's gonna turn sideways.
Right.
No, sis Tweety, how can they get to the moon? I want to know. I want to, cause they admitting it's a glass wall.
My thing is the ship that they allegedly went there in.
That thing so MF and rinky dink.
Was made out of cardboard,
and the moon buggy.
Right.
And who was there recording?
No oxygen, but you can fly it.
Yeah, but who was there recording them when they landed and all that type of stuff?
Some of you brothers could have built that doom buggy your damn self.
Fake stuff.
Uncle Sean, the best part of that is when it takes off and the camera pans up to see the craft leave. I'm like, hold on a second. Who's panning the camera? Hold on, you left the cameraman on the fucking moon?
Studio 29.
Right. Right.
Well, go tell NASA. Don't tell someone that believes in NASA that the moon doesn't exist. And see
right.
What happens.
And so when they asked them, how come you haven't been back to the moon? Child, they didn't came up with everything. Oh, with a Van Allen belt. Well, how you get out of the Van Allen belt the first time? Then they had the nerve to say that the technology got erased 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Yep. When he said that, like, what?
Exactly.
You lying to us like a motherfucker. Come on, you know that's lying.
A bold-faced lie. Bold-face. Okay, I'm still looking for it, y'all. So, because I want to show y'all what they're showing us versus Brother Martin Kinney's model. So, hold on a second. But, yeah, so I want to know how you fencing to explain this. Because y'all said we on a spinning ball moving 76,000 miles so-and-so an hour. So we doing all of that with the glass dome or the glass wall. My fault. I want to use y'all terminology because you dare not say dome because you know them crazy flat earthers. So instead of saying dome, you crazy if you say dome, but they're credible by saying glass wall. Oh, okay then. Okay. So let me just show. Hold on a sec, fam. I found it. I found what I need to find. Da 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 da. Okay, because this is what I was trying to show y'all. So, who's look more credible? What Brother Martin Kenny is showing? Because what he's showing right here is a toroidal field, the natural toroidal field. Okay? And behind you, what you see with that thing that looks like the aluminum foil, that represents the glass wall. So what looks more credible, this or this?
Well, the white man doesn't say that on Auntie.
Yeah. So that's what they're saying. Okay, it's a glass wall. Scientists have gained insight into the Van Allen belts, and flat earthers, please feel free to use this because somebody got some splaining to do, Lucy.
Uncle Kenny got it 100% on that one.
Yeah.
100%.
Please feel free to use that. And if you in a debate with somebody about flat earth, go pull that Cosmic Egg video and lay they asses out. I can guarantee you they can't fucking debunk it. Go pull Vibes of Cosmos stuff. I guarantee you they can't debunk it. Because they're really telling us we just have to know, crack the codes. Because they're talking in codes. They're telling us. They're just talking in codes. So I need them to help me to understand, how are you traveling in space 72,000 miles an hour with a glass wall?
Spinning 1,000 miles per hour.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that. My bad. Spinning 1,000 miles per hour. Oh, okay, then. Okay.
Remember those big, like, they'd be on the playground and you grab hold to the handle.
Oh, I remember that.
Circle.
Yeah, remember you fly off of that MF when somebody killed and you got dizzy. You like, crying. Stop so-and-so. Stop spinning it. And they like, run. Yeah, I remember that.
That don't go nowhere near 1,000 miles per hour, and you can't stay on that. So we're supposed to believe that 1,000 miles per hour is enough of a spin for everything not to move.
Right.
It's gravity, Uncle Sean. Gravity.
Remember that ride? I don't know if they still do that ride. Brother Sean says, Sandra, I know you. I hated that damn thing. And remember how I used to spin in a circle and you got stuck up against the wall? Baby, when you came off of that thing, was you able to walk straight?
That's called centrifuging, huh?
Because I almost felt like I was going to vomit personally.
That's at the...
That wasn't going no 1,000 miles an hour.
POP on the beach.
That's why I stopped getting on it. Like one time, right before I was about to get on it, it was going around and somebody threw up and got everybody.
Oh, I know that vomit spewed. Oh, that would have made me stop going on there too.
I couldn't do it no more. I'm like, no, that couldn't have been me. Because we'd have been
5 minutes,
fighting.
we gotta clean up.
Nah, we'd have been fighting.
Yeah. So and Sis Tweety said the merry-go-round made her sick. And you know how slow that motherfucker went. Ding 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 ding. And it just moved up and down, but it was slow. I mean, we have people that get car sick. They can't even sit in the car. They have to literally drive in order to not get car sick. So help me to understand. Again, I'm just gonna run because see, I need explanation. I'm confused. I'm confused. How are we hurling through space? Although I see the same stars, I could calculate when the stars gon' come around. I see them motherfuckers ain't moved. That the whole makeup that ain't moved, but we supposed to be hurling through space with the same. We see the same stars, same constellation, all of that. But we hurling through same comets, all of that. But we hurling through space at 72,000 miles an hour and spinning. You know how you brothers like them rims, spinning. And we spinning. Now they admit with a glass wall, baby, I can't do it. I need you to explain this shit for me. Okay, then. All right. So basically, the radiation belts are named after, I don't give a damn about none of that. All right. So everybody that's on flat earth stuff, because it ain't really flat earth, but nonetheless, that's what they label you. Flat earthers are crazy. Hit these motherfuckers with this article. Since they want to use their science, hit them with that and ask them to explain all of that. Get out of here with that. All right, so we're finna get into the lecture. Yeah, I about fell out when I saw that. I'm like, get the hell out of here. What? You mean they sitting up here admitting that there is a dome? No. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. All right, let me we're gonna get into the lecture. So let me display this lecture screen. Okay. All right, we'll see how far we're gonna get because I purposely stopped it because where I want to go, still got some work to do. Okay, so not where I want to be. So if we stop early because I don't like rushing stuff. It gotta feel right. Okay. All right. So just high level recap. You can go back to the earlier shows to catch up if this is your first time. We went into universal laws, and I'm going to say again, I don't give a damn about no constitution. I don't give no damn about no Supreme Court. I don't even give a damn about the biblical laws because the biblical laws are telling you what you should already know in your soul. Should nobody have to tell you and document, don't steal, don't take somebody out. No one should have to tell you to not harm others. Okay? Those biblical laws are for barbarics. Those biblical laws are for low vibrational beings. No one should have to tell you those basic things. Okay? 10 Commandments, all of that. Now, I'm just going by you all's biblical stuff. Moses, was it Moses or Abraham? Who went and did the 10 Commandments, and by the time the man... Okay, Moses had went up to... Now, I'm just going by y'all biblical stuff. By the time Moses had went and met with the Lord to get them laws, baby, they was down there screwing, drinking, shooting dice, getting gold grills, all of that. They was like, the hell with Moses, the hell with these laws and them 10 Commandments.
See, Moses,
but he broke them laws. Moses actually dropped them.
Yeah, Moses was pissed, baby. He dropped it like, you nigga slam.
Thing is, Moses was up there talking to that burning bush. He was up there blazing up.
He was probably smoking his damn self. He probably was.
That's the bush that was burning.
Right. He had lit up some kush. Cause he saw them down there. Yeah, he saw them now. You down there fornicating and adultering. Wait a minute. To y'all melt some gold down. You niggas then created front grills, idols, and all of that. You know what? Let me finish lighting up this joint. Let me go on and scribe these damn laws.
Exactly.
Cause y'all some fucking degenerates. That's all I did. I just went up to the mountain to blaze one up because I was trying to be respectful because you know I don't smoke in front of my children and I don't smoke in front of Big Mama and them. So I just literally walked up this little mountain to go on and blaze up real quick to get my motherfucking mind together because y'all getting on my nerves during this journey. I just needed to blaze up to get my nerves together, and I'm up here smoking on this tree, and I look down, and y'all being fucking degenerates. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
I done delivered you from Pharaoh.
I would have been pissed. I would have been right up there with Moses. If I was Moses' old lady, I would have been like, wait, baby, where you going? Nah, nigga, you ain't finna go blaze without me. All right, I got Big Mama watching these children. I'm gonna have to blaze with you, cause nigga, I told you that they wasn't about shit. Remember, I told you they wasn't about shit, but I'm trying to help you follow your motherfucking dream. I'm trying to help you follow your dream, nigga, but I told you they wasn't shit. And they wasn't about shit. So now you ain't finna smoke that joint by yourself. I'm going right up the fuck up here with you. We finna blaze and we finna look down. You see that bitch down to see. She been hoeing. She been a hoe. Okay, put that down there. Ain't such and so with such and so. Put that on there too. Quit fucking around with other people's old lady and old man. Put that down. You see that nigga stealing? Now he know damn well that ain't his stuff. Yeah, baby, put that down. Yeah, pack it. Nigga, puff, pass. Shit. And write that down too. Nobody should have to tell you basic morality stuff. We should be ashamed of ourselves. These are the true laws. Because if you're so stuck in somebody telling you not to take somebody's shit, not to fuck around with somebody's old man, old lady, not to take somebody out just to be taking somebody out, and all of them other laws that you as a soul should know, you're pretty fucking low vibrational. These are the true laws of the universe. And whether or not you want to tune into them or follow them, it's happening. It's happening. Law of attraction. What you put out is what you get back. So if you got some fucked upness going on around you need to take inventory of yourself. What am I putting out there? Where fucked upness lands on my doorstep every of a time. Okay? Whatever you do, there's an effect. So it doesn't matter whether or not you, quote, quote, believe in this. It's happening. It's going on anyway. All right? Okay, so we went over universal laws. We talked about karma, okay? What you put out is what you get back. Now, I'm going to say this about karma. Do not always think about karma as a good thing, okay? Karma is energy also. Right, Creekside. Moses found, I'm telling you, he couldn't have been my old man leaving me down there with the motherfucking degenerates. Like, okay, Ma, can you watch the babies for a minute? I'll be back. I would be right up there. I would have to take me a couple of puffs and come back down like, I can't stand you motherfuckers. And just remind him, I told you that these niggas wasn't shit. But I'm trying to help you follow your dream. Shit.
But you know what he told everybody?
What?
The Lord said, I'm the only one supposed to come up here. The bush only gonna talk to me.
Nigga, I don't care nothing about that. You can go on and talk to the Lord, but you finna pass this blunt, or you gonna have me one separately rolled. I don't care about nothing. Cause see, you're the one decided to come through this desert some 40 days, whatever the math worked out to. And these people been working my last exposed nerve since we left up out of there. So I don't care nothing about you talking to the Lord. Go on and talk to the Lord, but you gonna pass this blunt in the meantime because my nerves are shot. Shit. So karma is not a bad thing, okay? It's energy. So you do realize that you can create, quote, quote, good karma. All right? Now, I'm going to tell you something. Just real quick, let's get on bad karma. Well, we have to realize karma, a lot of times when it has nothing to do with you and you jump into somebody else's shit, you're signing yourself up to experience their karma. So meaning, sometimes you got to let people suffer through their own karma. Okay? So I just want y'all to take that into consideration. It is not always your responsibility to jump in and save people when they've created situations of their own. That's why I watch how people move. I don't care who it is. Okay? Because see, I'm too focused on making sure I keep my shit together. So I'm damn sure not going to step in the middle of somebody else's bad juju. You know, those that remember back in the day, Big Mama and them called it bad juju. So if you got a karmatic debt to pay, baby, I can't serve it for you. You got to go on and play that out. So be mindful of where you spend your energy and how you spend your energy. Because sometimes when people are being served up something, that's something that they need to go through. Okay? And this is especially true in relationships. So just be mindful, okay? And there is good karma. And there's also, this is what you put out. You got to go ahead on and get it right back to you, all right? Okay, so we talked about polarity, okay? And binary code. What is binary code? Because the universe is literally just a matrix. And we prove that it's a matrix because anything here can be broken down into a binary code. 1 and 0. Okay, any number, you could take any number and break it down to 0 and 1. Okay, then we went into numerology, what that was all about and how to calculate that. And remember, I told you all this is the most important slide in this particular series. Jesus answered them, "Is it not written in your law? I said, ye are God." Okay. No. This is why you're God, because your energy. You are an eternal being having a physical experience. Okay. This is why ye are God. Okay? This is always going to be the most important slide in this deck. Okay? All right. Okay, so we talked about master numbers, and when I'm going into these numbers and I keep reminding you of these numbers, and when I see numbers, I break the numbers down because I understand that is the matrix / the universe talking. Okay? So master numbers, 11 equals creation. So if you see in 11s, that's the universe talking to you, creation. You see 22, that's double creation. You see 33, that's why 33 is a number in Freemasonry. They talk about the 33rd degree. That is the gateway to higher consciousness. And shout out to Bobby Hemmett, because he even pinpointed in our particular physical body that the gateway to the higher consciousness is in the back of your skull, called the Abdubla oblongata. That's the gateway between the higher consciousness and lower consciousness. So that 33rd is considered in Freemasonry, the back of that Abdullah oblongata. So meaning you're coming out of the lower orders or the lower degrees into the higher degrees. That's why it's 33, okay? Or higher consciousness, all right? Okay, so we talked about the flower of life, okay? We talked about how important the flower of life is and how everything within this particular universe, the seed of life, flower of life, and you can even look at that flower of life and even break it down to conception itself. Okay, and then we talked about how the Kabbalah, I don't know if they consider that a religion or not. Nonetheless, we showed you, and shout out to Dr. Phil Valentine. He was the first one that I saw break down Kabbalah, all right, and showed how it was a numbering system to create things, okay? And so in this, they're just showing how Kabbalah really plays off of the alchemy or the true science of the flower of life. Okay. All right. So this is in Kabbalah, how they use this numbering system to create / manifest. And when you break down the word Kabbalah, it adds up to 38, and you add the 3 plus the 8, which equals 11. 11 means creation. So it would make sense that they call it Kabbalah. And I even broke it down to the binary code, the 1 and the 0. And you can see, even with it being broken down into binary code 100100, you still have the 11 within that. That is no accident. Okay, we are going over this for you all, family, so you can understand how this universe works. Okay, this is the true science of the universe. Okay, all right, so we went into the Baphomet and all of that, and how the Baphomet is not really spookism. It's really about the 5-pointed star. Really about the alchemy of you. Okay. All right. Shout out to Bobby Hemmett. Bobby Hemmett said that back up in the 90s. He broke down this Baphomet stuff. Okay. All right. So then we went into the importance of the 5-pointed star and 6-pointed star. Again, it is not spookism. It's alchemy. Okay. This is how the true universe it operates. This is the true science of the universe. So it is telling you that even with the 5 and 6 pointed star, they fit into the universe flower of life. And then they also break down to you the different sacred geometries. And all of those sacred geometries fit within the flower of life. Okay. All right. So that's just more sacred geometry. And we talked about vibration, frequency, and tunes. Okay. How everything in the universe has a frequency and tune. All right. So even the musical scale. Okay. So we talked about that. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm not going to go over the rest of this stuff. You can go back to the other videos. So I just wanted to give a quick recap of the high level stuff. Okay. All right. So that's Brother Martin Kinney, a cosmic egg. So you flat earthers, you want to get in their ass, break out this cosmic egg, go give vibes of Cosmo. I guarantee you they will not be able to debunk it. Because I'm still waiting. Because they can't. All right. Let's get into some things. Da 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 da. So I had given for homework to talk about not for homework. Yeah, for homework. The movie Soul. It's a Disney movie, Soul. Okay. And we talked about, sorry, I'll have to back up, y'all. I don't mean to make you dizzy. We talked about the absolute. Okay. And I pulled for you all something that we had went over before out of the the Department of Army's study that they did on consciousness. Okay. So I pulled back out that material to show you that they know. They know how all this stuff works. The top picture, this is coming out of where it says figure A. It says jet of matter. This is talking about what they're calling the absolute. Okay. So the movie Soul depicted the great beyond. Okay. That's what they called it in the what's her face in the movie Soul. They called it the great beyond. In the Department of Army study, they called it the absolute. And it's where souls went at the end of their earth experience. Okay. So I just showed you, this is their picture, meaning what the U.S. Department of Army in their study showed the absolute looking like. Okay. And then I just snapped a picture of the movie Soul showing the souls, these little blue dots down here, going into what they call the great beyond. Coincidence? No, it's not a coincidence. They know. Okay. All right. Right. We went into Martin Kinney's stuff and how Martin Kinney was right on point when he was talking about the toroidal field. Okay. They admitted the Taurus. They admitted this is from the Alphabet Boys study. Okay. The universe is a hologram and it is created and maintained by our consciousness. Okay. All right. So just another depiction. Martin Kinney's work, his model that he built himself. Okay. And the Alphabet Boys admitting that, yep, yeah, we're surrounded by Taurus. Yes, ma'am.
I was wondering, is it the multitude of the blue dots, is that individual, or is it we scatter into the energy that looks like that?
Let me go back up to it. Okay, so say that again, sis.
You said these little blue dots.
Well, that represents souls.
Souls, not just a soul.
Yeah, SOULS plural. Because you see on the left hand side where it's showing looks like that's a counter. So they're counting the souls. They're counting how many are coming in and how many are leaving out. That's what, that's what they're depicting. Child, when I first saw this, I sat there speechless.
So they're individuals making a whole. Oh, wow.
What do you mean individuals making a whole? Now I'm confused.
Well, it looks like it's a oval, right? It's shaped oval. There's two, one in the center and the one on the outside with lots of little dots around. So what I was thinking, that was just one soul with one.
Oh, no, that's the absolute. Right.
I see.
Yeah, that's the absolute. Now, when you really, really get in tuned, and when you really start bringing from your subconscious to your consciousness, your astral travel, when you start to get sleepy and go to sleep, you're going to see this same, you see where it has like the black and white stuff around it, like that static. You'll start to see that. Literally, you'll start to see it. Okay.
An astral.
Yeah, when you're about to go to sleep, you'll literally see that, and I'll be knowing what it is. I'm like, shit, but we'll get there. Hold on to that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Color.
Yeah, you'll see that too. You'll see that too. But you see the little dots in color, right?
I see everything in color. Yeah.
Well, that's like when you're trapped. What are you seeing in color? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I apologize. What are you seeing in color? Talk to me.
Places, people, everything.
And where do you see it? Where are you seeing it? Because I know what you're seeing, but I want to make sure that the family understands what you're saying.
Well, when I have in a dream state, that's what I see is everything that is supposed to be told to me. You know, if they're telling me something, I see whatever they're telling me. Right. Or if I see some people, I see the people. So I don't see the black and white circle, but
yeah, I only see that.
Attention to it.
Yeah, and when you'll see it, sis, when you know how you like be getting sleepy, and you like, you know, your eyes are like closing, and then you open, you fight in your sleep. Okay, you know how we tell children, you fight in your sleep. And I be doing that, trying to stay fucking up, watching stuff. Like, lady, lay your ass down. You know you tired. And I'm still trying to hang. I fucked around and went to sleep last night. But anyway, that's when I see it. Okay? But pay attention. You will. Now, when you are dreaming in color, because that's what you were saying. I dream in color, and it's so vivid. Matter of fact, the colors be so vivid. The colors look prettier than what we see now.
Yeah,
that is
very detailed.
That's you astro travel. You have astro travel to another realm. Anytime you see something so crisp and in color, and like you can smell the smells, you have literally astro travel to another dimension. That's what that means. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Martin Kinney, blah, 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 blah. All right. Astro traveling. All right. So we kind of went to that. Okay. So up at the top, I'm not finna go through the technicalities, because they even broke down to use, they gave the distance, in effect, a new world. Okay, so when they talk about a new world, they talking about them other dimensions, right? To return to our case in point, the human consciousness wave patterns, and shout out to somebody in here, Creekside Yella was talking about realm sleep. That's them wave patterns and all of that jazz, and the electric lines Okay, that's what they're talking about right here, Creekside, up in the Alphabet Boys study. The human consciousness wave patterns reach such high frequencies that the pattern of click out comes so close together that there is a virtual continuality in it. Then a portion of that consciousness is actually postulated to establish and maintain its information collection function in those dimensions located between time, space, and the absolute. Thus, as almost continuous click out pattern establishes itself in a continuous phase at speeds below the Planck's distance, but before reaching the state of total rest. Okay, that's how when I'm drifting off, when I see like those, dots, okay? Human consciousness passes through the looking glass of time space after the fashion of Alice beginning her journey into Wonderland. The gateway experience with its associated hemi-sync technique is apparently designed, if used systematically and patiently, to enable human consciousness to establish a coherent pattern of perception in those dimensions where speeds below Planck's distance apply. Okay, so they're basically just giving you the technicalities on how you slip into traveling to those other dimensions. And as Creekside Yellow said, as you get into the realm sleep. Okay. That's all they're doing up here. Now, the picture that I have in the middle, that's from the movie Soul, y'all. And when I first saw this, y'all, my mouth dropped. Because I literally experienced this astro traveling. This exact blue lines, all of that. I've literally experienced that. And I'm like, oh my goodness, these fuckers know. It looked exactly like this. Exactly like that. Intervening dimensions. Since the absolute is conscious energy, meaning without boundaries, it occupies every dimension. Shit, I didn't do a good job pasting this. Okay. All right. So I'm not going to go into that because they're going to get into more technicalities. Okay. So again, once you become consciously aware, you do this naturally. Let me back up. I don't want y'all to think that I'm some motherfucking guru, that I'm the only one. I'm the only one. I'm the baddest motherfucker. I'm the only one that can do that. No, you naturally do it. When you lay down to go to sleep and you're dreaming in color, it's vivid, it feels real, you are naturally doing it because you are a soul. You're naturally doing this with your spiritual body. Again, you are a soul having a physical experience. You naturally do this. But once you become consciously aware, you keep your frequency at a certain level, you bring forth from your subconscious mind, your soul, quote, quote, creative mind, you bring it forth to your conscious mind, and you'll start to be aware of it. You'll see it when you're doing it. Okay? So I want to be clear. You naturally do this. You naturally do. Now, Dr. Dilbert Blair says something really, really interesting. He said, every night when you go to sleep, you die. And what he was literally telling you is your spiritual body, it goes and travels. Your spiritual body, okay, you as a soul, you have a spiritual body, and you, since you're a soul having a physical experience, you're having a physical body. So what he's telling you is every night when you go to bed and you dream, you're physically dying anyway. Okay. So once you get your frequency to a certain level, you'll start to see these things in real time as you're doing them. Yes, ma'am.
I had a friend who talked to me. I thought she was kind of wacky. She told me that she dreamed, and it was so pleasant, and it was light and colors and stuff. And she said it was so good, I wanted to stay.
Yep.
And I told her, you don't want to do that. You know, you want to come out of that. So she said, but it felt so good and it felt so peaceful. I just didn't want to come back. And, you know, she died not too long after that.
Okay.
Because when she did it the next time, she stayed.
Well, that's what she wanted to do. So what's the problem?
No, but she described what you're talking about. It was serene, and it was light, and it was calming and peace and all that kind of stuff. So she says, I didn't want to come back. I said, but you know that means you died. You know, you
and
you
again,
do you?
Again.
Mm-hmm. Well, she did die though.
If that's what she wanted to do, what's the problem?
Nothing. That's what she wanted to do, and that's what she did. But it's just confirming what you just said.
Exactly.
Yeah, people do that. They die, and if they want to come back, they come back. If they don't, they stay.
And I think I shared that story before where my godparents, my godfather, he had transitioned first. And we knew my godmother was going to have such a hard time. She really, really struggled with his death. And she wind up transitioning not too long. I think maybe she lasted a year. And so when we got the news, at first we was finna get sad. And then I stopped myself. I remember my mom had told me the news, and I stopped myself. And I said, you know what, Mom? She's happy. And my mom turned around and looked at me. She said, you know what? She's with her husband. I said, yeah, she was miserable here.
Yep, that's what it is.
So who am I to stop somebody? Baby, do you. That's what you want to do you. Okay? All right. Let's get to these Akashic. The Akashic records. Because see. Everything that is done in this realm, because remember, you are an eternal soul having a physical experience. Everything that you do, it's recorded. And it's not because Big Brother is watching. It's recorded because you don't want, not you don't want. You are recording your journey, your physical experience. You're recording it. And you're matching up that record with what you said you was going to do. Okay? That's what these Akashic records are about. Okay? So let's read on a little bit. Akashic records. Akashic record in occultism. It's a compendium of pictorial records or memories.
Like blockchain.
Oh, I'm so proud of you, girl, sis. You just boss. Look at sis talking about blockchain. I trained her well.
That's what I forget when I think of blockchain. Is that what you have on the page? It's all around everywhere to record.
So they're telling you pictorial records. And another thing when you're traveling in the astro travel, okay, once you get used to it, and you in those other dimensions, you're not going to be talking to people like I'm talking to you and you seeing my lips move. Well, you don't see them now, but when I'm on camera, you see my lips move. That's not how you talk. When you first start being consciously aware of you astral traveling and you trying to communicate, you're going to try to communicate via pictures.
Right.
And that shit gonna move so slow, you gonna get frustrated. So I'm like, oh shit, I gotta wait. Okay, let me send this picture to him. Then I gotta wait for the picture to load. And then when you get good at it, you're just gonna start talking back frequency to frequency. Okay. And we still do that today with talking back and forth through energy. Okay. You ever had a thought and you're sitting there and then the other person have that same thought? It's the same thing. It's just an art that we've lost because we do not remember who we truly are.
You know, when you sleep, you can communicate with people you love or significant others or whatever, and you can communicate and they can have the same experiences that you have if you have the gift to do that.
Absolutely.
When you're in the astral.
Yeah, and I'll get to that. I'll definitely get to that. So, and another thing, who's really good at pictorial records, pictorial thoughts, that's what I'm trying to say, not records, pictorial thoughts, animals.
Oh, yeah.
And I've literally sat there with animals and they'll send pictures to me. When you really cool with an animal and y'all vibe and they'll send me a picture, I'm like, get the hell out of here. No, this animal ain't talking to me. Okay, but anyhow, this Akashic Records is the compendium of pictorial records or memories. Want y'all to pay attention of all events, actions, thoughts, and feelings that have occurred since the beginning of time. And when I talk about the beginning of time, yeah, plants speak through. Yeah, son, Scotty, thanks for that. Plants do that too, because one of my plants, I was trifling as fuck, y'all, and I'm laying there getting ready to go to sleep. Why that plant send me a picture from outside? The plant was sitting on the front porch, like, bitch, you see me over here leaning. Literally sent me a picture of her leaning. She needed some water. I got straight up, woke up out of that when I was finna go to sleep and went in water, and sure enough, she was linked over. I had to apologize. I'm like, I'm sorry, baby. Let me go on and water you. Trifling as fuck. So yes, plants do it as well. Absolutely. I had to go talk to my apple tree because I was going to cut her little branch down because she got sick. And I'm like, okay, I don't want to have to cut you. So I want you to heal. But if you don't heal by a certain amount of time, I'm going to have to amputate it so you don't get all the way sick. She healed up. Like, what cut me? No, bitch, wait a minute now. Let me get strong. I'm finna clean this up. Sure enough, she cleaned it up. So yeah, absolutely. Great point, son, Scotty. So when they talk about everything's being recorded, memories of all events, actions, thoughts, and feelings that have occurred since the beginning of time. So they are talking about these different experiences that you are having. Okay? So we'll just take this experience that we're having right now on what we're calling Earth. all this shit is being recorded. Okay? And it's not about being recorded so the Lord can tell you what the fuck is what you done wrong. Cause see, I done told y'all, Moses' nerves was bad, and if I was his old lady, I would have been up there smoking with him too. Cause I can't even get y'all to this point if I gotta tell y'all don't treat people like shit. I can't even get to this stuff. Okay? So it ain't about Big Brother watching you. This is about what agreement did you make with your soul? What agreement did you make? You said you wanted to come to Earth. Okay, y'all, not Earth. Earth. You said you wanted to come to Earth to do ABC 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? So therefore, I have to record what I actually did. Because this the contract that I wrote up for myself for Earth. This what I wrote up. So now, now that I'm here in the physical, this, that, and the third, these Akashic records are going to record my memories, actions, events, thoughts, and feelings. And I'm going to line up with that my Earth contract. Did I fulfill that contract? I didn't fulfill it. Oh, well, what does it say happens in this contract if I don't fulfill it? Oh, I got to come back until I fulfill this contract. Okay? That's what it's about. They are said to be imprinted on Akashic, the astral light, which is described by spiritualists as fluid ether, existing beyond the range of human senses. Okay? So of human senses, the 5 senses, that's why when I say I'm not interested in the fuckery, bring me something back from the astral plane. Bring me something back from those travels. Okay? So you can get to the fluid ether, but you can only get through it through higher consciousness. The Akashic records are reputedly, y'all know what I'm trying to say, accessible to certain select individuals. What I am telling you, you have the ability to do it. Because you wrote your own spiritual contract. Okay? And not only that, you know within your soul, that's why Big Mama and them say, within your soul you know something ain't right. Or in your gut you know something ain't right. Okay? When you know you doing something fucked up, and you know it in your soul, you feel it in your gut that it's a fucked up move, what I want you to understand, you're breaking your spiritual contract that you wrote up yourself. That's your soul reminding you. Now you know damn well that's not in your contract. Why you gonna be an idiot, do that? You can go on and do it now. But you know it's going in these motherfucking records, right? So you don't need no medium. No to tell you a damn thing. It's built within you. Okay? All right, so you don't need nobody to conduct no seance for you, because who know you better than you? Okay? Now maybe your mama and big mama and them. Okay? So if I'm going to listen to anybody, I would go to my ancestors and my mama and them before I go to somebody else to tell me about me. First, I'm going to start with me. But if I need some advisement, I go to the ancestors. Okay? Akasa allegedly transmit the waves of human willpower, thought, feeling, and imagination, and is a reservoir of occult power, an ocean of unconsciousness to which all are linked, making prophecy and clairvoyance possible. So do you all understand when I was saying earlier? They're not discovering prophecy. The they that folks talk about, the all-powerful stuff, they're running a script. You are supposed to pull prophecy from these higher ethers, from what they're calling the fluid ether. That's what you're supposed to be pulling from. That's why you're supposed to know certain things before they happen. Okay? And sometimes you don't understand it at the time when you're getting that quote time, as you're getting that message. But it eventually becomes clear to you.
You know, when I was a kid, kids have the ability to do this really easy.
Absolutely.
And it's just like, oh, I spoke to him the other night. I saw him. You know, when I was a kid, I was able to tell everybody what's about to, shake off, because when I laid down as a child, I was astroplaning, obviously, and I could tell you exactly what they were going to say, what they were going to do in a situation that was going to come upon them. I knew that situation was going to come. I used to have that. It was kind of freaking people out, but it was something I did as a child.
Right.
Up until 14.
Yeah, a lot of the babies and it's taken away from them because people get so stuck in the 3D that they let go. Yeah, they let go of who they truly are. And the babies are conditioned. You know, when the babies talk about the imaginary friend.
Oh yeah.
Which more than likely are spirit guides. It could be an ancestor that's a spirit guide. Okay. And we don't say that. You talk them babies out of those things. Or when they say they seeing things, this, that, and the other, and you talking them babies out of that.
Well, I encourage my little babies to go ahead and say it. Don't talk to them. Tell us what's going on.
Right.
You see it.
Yeah.
You can see it.
Yeah, because my niece, when she was little, she was like that. And she was sitting in front of the fireplace. And I had ran upstairs to do something. And then I came back and I didn't know I didn't have that fucking flue open. I'm like, oh, shit. And the fire was like coming up. And so I saw her like sitting away from the fireplace. And I'm like, oh my God. All right. So I opened the flue. And my baby said, yeah, my friend told me to move to the other side. And I knew immediately. I'm like, oh, that's what's up. That was her spirit guide telling her to move away from there. So it wasn't nothing that I was going to say, don't say that. No, I recognized it for what it was and acknowledged her. That's good. Okay?
You resave your bacon sometime.
So we sit up here and condition these babies to talk them out of the real world, because that's the realness. We're just having a physical experience, but that's the real shit right there. Like when you see newborn babies or them babies that's like 3-4 months years old and they be sleeping so peacefully, just a smiling. I'm like, well, go on and have your fun, baby. Okay, so great point, sis.
They used to call that smiling at the angels.
Right, exactly. And it is such a beautiful thing. I'm like, oh my God, they like, you just want to kiss them up out they sleep. I'm like, let me let this baby sleep. But oh my God, that's so cute. That's so precious. Okay. So the Akashic records, that's what that's about. Everything up in here is being recorded. That's why I say you ain't fencing to get away with shit. No, you know, in Big Mama's words, what's done in the dark will come to light. Mm-hmm. Or what was it about the wash? Something in the wash. Something
come out of the wash.
Yeah, something about that wash. Y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. Wash. Yeah, it's gonna come out in the wash. You ain't fencing to get away with shit. And it ain't no spookism. That's the agreement that you made to come to this realm to have an experience. And the conditions of coming to this realm to have this experience, you have to fulfill your contract. Ain't nobody put that contract on you. You put that contract on you. Okay? So up in the soul little cartoon, the top picture, you see this soul in this spirit body. They're depicting this translucent spirit body looking in these motherfucking Akashic records. They're just depicting it. Looking at the paperwork. Let me pull this paperwork on you. And that's why when I joke, when I think about some shit I'm fencing to do or some shit that I done did that went against what I didn't want to do, I'm like, shit. All right, I know that's up in the records. Let me go on and clean this shit up. Yep. No, I got to get that cleared up because I ain't got it to give with this bullshit. Okay? So that's what they're depicting up here. Oh boy, digging up in the Akashic records. Okay? And so the picture down below, I'm just once again showing the rows and rows and rows of Akashic records. Okay? So again, this is from the soul. So let me see, y'all. Just hold on a second for me. I forgot. Okay. So just real quick, a little bit more. Some of you've heard of Edgar Cayce.
Yep.
Oh, that's what's up, Creekside. Creekside is having a baby. I seen my baby come to me in a dream before I knew I was having a baby. I couldn't see a face though. Look like a boy. Yeah, you should be able to feel the energy, whether or not it's a girl or a boy. So more than likely, yeah, more than likely, it's a boy then. More than likely, it's a boy. That's what's up.
You know, people finally ask me, so, okay, what is it? Tell us what it is. Because I would tell them, don't buy pink. No, don't get anything pink, get blue. And they said, you know, because they didn't have the test out.
No, not back then. Shit, Big Mama and them was the test.
Yeah, you know what you're having.
Yeah, they was the test. They would come back in a minute and say, and matter of fact, tell the women, no, you pregnant. Hey, what you mean? No, you pregnant. They was accurate as fuck. No, you pregnant. Yep, and you gonna have a girl this time, blah, 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 this, that, and the third. And I know some was basing it on, you know, how the woman is carrying the baby, blah, blah, blah. But no, it was way before that.
You could use your gifts to tell a person.
Yeah, way before that.
Hand. Yeah, you could say, give me your hand. and they can hold your hand. You're going to have a baby boy first and a girl second. I told somebody like that. And she said, the doctor said I can't do this. I won't be able to have children. You're going to get pregnant, and this is how it's going to go down.
Right.
And did she get there? Yeah.
Absolutely. And the interesting thing about it, to show y'all how special this whole thing is and deep it is, because that means that soul
is talking to you,
is assigned, has made the decision to come through you. Okay. More than likely, it's all that soul is attached to your bloodline. But that's how beautiful that is. I remember my sister-in-law, before she knew she was pregnant, my bonus dad, because he had transitioned, had came to her in a dream and was smiling. And I said, when was this? Before you knew you was pregnant? She said, yeah. I said, that's why he was coming to you. And she was like, oh my God, because like the next day or the next week, that's when I found out I was pregnant. I'm like, yeah, that's what he was coming to you to tell you. Okay. So Edgar Casey on the Akashic Records. When asked about the source of his information, Edgar Casey replied that there were essentially two. The first was the subconscious mind of the individual for whom he was giving the reading, and the second was the Akashic Records. Yeah, these new souls coming into the realm now. Oh, they're the crystal children.
They about that technology too. They get
not the new souls. I'm talking about the souls that are being born now, and the souls that have been born, I would say, within the past 10 years, 11 years. It's not about the technology for them. They're beyond any of this shit that they talking, this AI and all of that. These new souls coming in now. Think about the movie The Matrix. Y'all remember the first Matrix? And when he had to go see the Oracle, and all of them babies were in there and they were practicing their special gifts. Those were they were representing the crystal children. Okay. Neo, they were the indigos. Okay. That's the Generation X. I'm considered an indigo. All right. We're like the warriors. Okay. But these children that are being born today, they are the crystal children.
Like, what about a 3-year-old? That's a crystal?
Yes.
Or 2-year-old?
Yes.
Yeah, crystal.
Yes. Okay. So, when asked about the sword, that's why y'all see those different videos. The babies come here and they be having the motherfucking middle fingers up because they frustrated. Like, this is ghetto as fuck. And I be in agreement with the baby. I said, baby, I know. Keep the middle finger up for Annie. Ain't this shit ghetto? You ain't got to be bothered with this ghetto-ness. Keep on with your crystal self. Keep being you so we can keep rising this frequency. I know, baby, they ghetto as hell. You ain't got to be bothered with them. I feel you on that. You go on and do your thing. Because that's why you came here. Shit. I'm in agreement with these babies. They jumping up, walking. Damn this pamper. Damn this crawling. I'm finna get up and walk. I got shit to do. So, anyway.
Fast.
All right. Yeah, mean mugging. They pissed off. They was chilling. And gotta come down here and ghetto and seeing asses twerking. Just degeneracy. Like, you mean to tell me these motherfuckers ain't evolved? Ain't they down here twerking? They down here twerking, just being nasty. Ain't got shit going for 'em, baby. I know. Ain't they ghetto? They just as raggedy as fuck, but baby, don't be like them. You see them? They gonna wander a long time. They gonna do this over and over and over again until they fulfill that soul contract. But you don't have to do that. I'm on the baby side. Fuck all of you degenerates. Shit. The Akashic Records, also known as the Book of Life or God's Book of Remembrance, can be equated to the universe's supercomputer system. This is a matrix. Remember that? A hologram. The clock that I told you all are attached to a computer system. Oh, okay. So equated to the universe's supercomputer system, or perhaps what today would be called what? Cloud computing. Remember when I told y'all the cloud? They are the central storehouse of all information for every individual who has ever lived upon earth. These records contain our every thought, deed, word, feeling, and intent. Okay? So, like I done took and told y'all, baby, you ain't tricking the universe. You ain't tricking it. And the sad part about it, people be thinking it's Big Brother that they trying to out-slick. Do you realize you trying to out-slick your damn self? Because you wrote this contract. Okay? So you can say whatever you want out of your mouth. And that's why I tell people, your words don't mean shit to me, baby. I need to see action.
You know when people do wrong, like lie, it's recorded. They don't get it.
They don't get it. Telling a bald face ass loud. Oh, it's bold face. Yeah.
And like those kids, those people breaking and stealing in Walmart, it's recorded. And nobody's going to stand for them on their record but themselves. And so right is going to win over darkness any day. Light always wins over darkness. And these people just going along life, doing whatever they want,
thinking they getting away with something. And it ain't like nobody is trying to punish them. This the agreement you made with yourself.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
This also might be the experience that they signed up for.
And that's true.
And this duality, you got to have the so-called good and the so-called bad. But what people keep getting tripped up at this whole God devil thing.
Exactly. Exactly.
Bad, instead of, it's all fucking you.
That's right.
Yeah, it is.
It ain't no goddamn body else but you. You neglect the dark side of your nature. You neglect the shadow side of yourself. If you're neglecting that, you're not coming into wholeness because you haven't learned to control your dark side.
Ooh, can you say that again? Run that for the slow ones in the back. That's bars right there.
You have not learned to control your dark side.
Exactly.
That's what shadow work is. It's not about getting rid of your shadow self. You'll never do that. And ignoring your shadow self. That's who wind up coming to fuck you up. When you decide you're going to do shrooms or this, that, or the other and try and meditate, and then you start getting scared. You scared of your fucking self.
Exactly.
You don't nurture that dark side. The dark side isn't quote unquote all fucking bad.
Right.
There's good qualities about your dark side. That's that motherfucker that show up when somebody get out of motherfucking line.
Right. You be about that life. Yeah. Right.
That's that motherfucker who got that quick response. That's the motherfucker who watching over your goddamn back. When you had that gut feeling that something ain't right, that's that motherfucker talking to you, and then you turn around and ignore your motherfucking self, and then had a punk ass nerves to be scared of your goddamn self.
Exactly. And then get your ass handed to you. Exactly.
By yourself.
That is correct.
You got to put in that work. You got to quit being scared of yourself, this, that, or the other. You have to learn to love and embrace yourself.
All of it.
When you're facing that dark side of yourself, don't be a little bitch. Sit up and talk. Find out what's wrong.
Exactly.
Grab yourself. Embrace yourself. Love yourself. Forgive yourself.
Forgive yourself, because that be a big part of it. Forgive yourself. Absolutely.
If all you're feeding is the good side, that dark side is getting darker and stronger and darker. And that's when you wind up out in these streets doing all type of stupid shit.
And snapping.
Because there's no balance.
Exactly.
You haven't accepted yourself for who you are and use your wholeness in totality. There's a time and place for your dark side.
Absolutely.
Honor that.
Absolutely.
You're worried about honoring everything and everybody else, and you don't honor yourself. If you're not honoring yourself, you're not honoring your ancestors who are within you.
That is correct.
The Akashic records are also within your DNA.
That is correct.
And every time you go back to the source, you're returning with information of everything that occurred that day.
Come on with it now.
Your body is also a record. You have to remember all of this is a hologram. So after you're done with it, it can be scanned and everything that you've done with it is known.
That is correct.
So you're being watched all day, every day. There's different dimensions and different frequencies. So it's shit around you all the time. This motherfucker's watching you all the goddamn time.
Right. I always say, don't be watching me poop, though. Shit. And washing my ass.
No, they watching all that.
I'm like, shit, I need to boo-boo in peace. Shit. And wash my ass. But go ahead, Brother Sean.
Every time you having sex, jumping up and down on something, you got an audience.
God damn.
I don't care if you turn off the lights or whatever.
Right, don't none of that shit matter. No, bitch, yes you did. You did fuck him. No, I did. Use a damn lie. Roll that tape on this whore.
So it's just a matter of which you put your focus into, and your focus needs to be into you. Your focus needs to be on that shadow work, or you're fucked.
Yep.
And I digress.
No, very good drop. Very good drop, Brother Sean. Absolutely. So, they have a tremendous influence on our everyday lives, our relationships, our feelings, our belief systems, and the potential realities we draw towards us. Edgar Cayce referred to the records this way. Upon time and space is written the thoughts, the deeds, the activities of an entity as in relationships to its environs or environments, its hereditary influence. So y'all see why bloodline is important? This shit ain't no motherfucking joke. Shit. I don't play that fucking around with somebody I know, and then I'm sitting up here Rosemary babies, use a damn lie. Shit. You ain't finna use my womb. That's too low fucking vibrational for me. And it ain't the fact about the devil. It's just too fucking low vibrational, and I don't want to be responsible for it. Now I got to keep recycling in a lower density because I didn't tether my particular DNA to some fuck shit. Nah, I'm good on that. So, hereditary influence as directed or judgment drawn by or according to what the entity's ideal is. Hence, as it has been often called, the record is God's book of remembrance, and each entity, each soul, as the activities of a single day of an entity in the material world, either makes same good or bad or indifferent, depending upon the entity's application of who? Self. Not the application of what the Lord done said, what Moses done said when he was smoking his blunt on the mountain, what Rhonda done fucking said, what Sean done fucking said, what Sis Sandra done fucking said, what nephew done fucking said, what politicians done said. It's dependent upon who? Your damn self. When Casey accessed the Akashic records of an individual, he had the ability to select the information that would be of the most help to that person at that particular time of his or her life. Frequently, a reading might suggest that only a selection of the available material was being provided, but that the individual was being given that which would be most helpful and hopeful. Okay, so remember I was telling y'all on that other slide that your goal should be pull your own records. Okay, concentrating on pulling your own records. And again, you have that ability because you know in your gut feeling, that's your soul feeling. You know when you are out of alignment with yourself. You already done knowed it. Pull your own motherfucking records. Okay? That's why I don't enter and overstand why people got time to be up in somebody else's motherfucking business. Because, baby, what's my records is my records, and what's your records is what's your records. Mind's your business. When discussing the book of life, he states that it was the record of God, of thee, thy soul, and the knowledge of same. When asked the difference between the book of life, okay, people that's into the Bible, y'all know the book of life. When asked the difference between the book of life and the Akashic records, he explained what is meant by the book of life. The record that the individual itself, see, I don't make this up. Okay? And I didn't have to go to Edgar Casey to get this. All right? The record of that individual entity itself writes upon the skin of time and space through patience and is open when self has attuned to the infinity. So I didn't need Edgar Casey to tell me that I wrote this motherfucking contract for myself. I didn't need that. I went to the source. Okay? And may be read by those attuning to what? How was I able to do that? Through consciousness. The book of God's remembrance. This is the book of life. Okay, that was his answer. The Akashic records. Those made by the individuals as just indicated. Okay, so this is why I can say with certainty there are no victims. You're not a victim. You wrote your spiritual contract. Okay? You knew it. You knew it. You knew it. Okay? As you were sitting back, waiting on your soul family, who your parents was gonna be. Okay? All right, that's that's okay, yep, that's the DNA of my soul family. Let me sit back. Oh, okay. That particular soul family, all right, they together, that's a couple. Yep, that's that DNA tunes with, my soul family. Let me go on ahead and incarnate or reincarnate with them. Okay? You even chose your parents. You even chose your parents. You're not a victim. Casey indicated that these records are more than just a storehouse for the past when he stated, yes, we have the body here and the record as has been made and as may be made with the will as exercise and the condition irrespective of the will's influence or effect has been created. We have conditions that might have been, that are, and that may be. Do not get the three mixed up or cross purpose of either. Okay? So meaning you got the control. What's the wheel? How are you moving? I'll keep this shit simple. How are you moving? Are you doing shit? Are you moving to do shit that cause you? Are you doing a cause and the effect makes you be out of alignment with your soul / your soul contract? Or are you moving and doing a cause that gives you the effect through your actions where you create? So what's your will like? Okay. Why and how are our lives affected by the Cosmic records? These records connect each and every one of us to each other. They contain the essence of every archetypical or archetype, but y'all know what I'm saying, symbol or mythic story which has ever deeply touched patterns of humans' behavior and experience. They have been the inspiration for dreams and inventions. They draw us toward or repel us from one another. They mold and shape levels of human consciousness. They are a portion of the divine mind. They are the unbiased judge and jury that attempt to guide, educate, and transform every individual to become the very best that he or she, or fuck that, I'm putting she first, shit, and they did too, she or he can be. So now when I ask you, what is your soul's purpose? You should know that. If you are walking around on this realm and you don't know what your soul purpose is, baby, you better take some real good inventory. Because you got a purpose. You wrote your soul contract. Okay? They embodied an ever-changing array of possible futures that are called into potential as we interact and respond to circumstances of our lives. Wait a minute. You mean we create our own reality? You don't say. You mean I can lay out whatever future I want? And the here and now? We'll get into that later. We'll get into past, present, and future. Maybe we'll get into it next week. You don't say. Let's continue. Casey's reading suggests that each of us writes the story of our lives through what? Thoughts, our deeds, and our interaction with the rest of creation. Like I told you, there are no victims. You're literally writing your story. This information has an effect on us in the here and now. In fact, the Akashic records have such an impact upon our lives and the potentials and the probabilities we draw towards us that any exploration of them cannot help but provide us with insight into the nature of ourselves and our relationship to the universe. There is much more to our lives, our histories, and our individual influence on our tomorrows than we have perhaps dared to imagine. Again, there are no victims. You're not a victim. You signed your spiritual contract, and when you get here, you write your story, you create your reality. By assessing information from the Akashic records, the universe's computer database. Okay, that's why we can break every number within this universe down to binary code 1 and 0. That is why this is a matrix. That is why this is a hologram. Okay? So by assessing information from the Akashic records, the universe's computer database, much might be revealed to us. The world as we have collectively perceived it is but a faint shadow of reality. Okay, so I think they did an absolutely excellent job with this. This is from Edgar Casey's junk. So, child, we gonna stop right there because I know this was a lot tonight. We'll get into the other stuff next week. But I'm glad at least we got through the Akashic records because I really wanted to get to that.
I'm not necessarily sure I agree with everything in there. I mean, to an extent, I feel as though we're all victims. But if the hologram has been hijacked by those who don't follow universal law, I'm just trying to figure out when and where babies agreed to go through that. I mean, we were children once. I don't know, it's, to me, even as a creator, that's some sycophant stuff.
It's very much so sick. Absolutely.
But I mean, I guess you...
And that doesn't... Who said that you agreed? I'll put it this way. That means somebody broke a universal law, right? Because you have caused harm to others, right? So that didn't say that, people don't break universal laws, because we know that they do. Because you have free will, right? So what happens when you break universal law? There's a cause and an effect. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sister Nanya says souls aren't babies. This is true.
I can dig that.
But then why do we care about babies so much then?
Because they're the closest thing to God. The closest thing to
I'm just saying. If there's no victims and everybody has to get what they deserve, what they got coming to them, why do we care so much about what happens to babies and children? If to prove a point, we gonna turn around and then say that souls are babies. In this hologram that we're in, per the agreement that we signed, per the contracts that we drew up, if it's in you to protect babies, then babies are obviously more than souls according to this script. Babies are something that it's supposed to be cherished, and babies can become victims.
And I can give you that, okay?
Because they're not in a position to defend themselves. Those who they made contracts with are the ones that are supposed to defend them until they're able to get off into their creative process and fulfill their purpose.
So let me ask you this. Do you know what's in that baby's soul contract?
Sure don't. But I know if some of us agreed to come back to help guide people, a troubled child may have been put in your life because that's the contract that y'all agreed
Absolutely.
to.
And you should know that, right? You should know that as a soul. You should know that, right? Because I haven't physically birthed any children, but I sure in the fuck helped raise a bunch of children and protected a bunch of children. So obviously, I wrote that in my contract. But that's a good point. Sis Nonya came back to clarify. She said they can't access the fullness of their soul/mind when in a baby body. I don't know about that. I'm saying as a soul prior to entering that baby, you were full and not a baby, and there's no time outside this.
You're still full. At no point are you divided.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Consciousness is on a whole, but you still came here to have this physical
experience. And part of that was being that baby, right?
Right. And if at one time we didn't go through all this suffering and shit that we go through, if we had us this perfect utopia where there was no death, this, that, or the other, who narrated or wrote the program to introduce all this fuckery?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Because if the Akashic Records are the supercomputer and it's allegedly responsible for our willpower, thoughts, etc., then that fuckery must be in the Akashic Records.
It's just a recording, right? Yeah.
It's a part of this experience. It's a part of the hologram.
Yes.
When we're at the point of nothingness and the click out and the absolute, etc., none of this shit exists.
I agree. So, okay. So let's update it then. I'm open to updating information. So the only victims are the babies.
Pretty much.
That's the only victims.
Even though it's others that will say otherwise. I've heard Panic and quite a few other people make that statement, but these are people that I see loving the shit out their children. But you can make that comment as far as for letting other people's children suffer.
Yeah, that I've never agreed with. Again, I haven't birthed any physical children, but Joe raised a lot. Shit. So no, I've never agreed with that. So
if we create the reality that we want,
why aren't we protecting the baby? Exactly. Right. So that means somebody's failing their job, right? Mm-hmm. So let's keep this all the way to fuck funky. Because if we are the adults and you have these souls coming into the realm, that each one of those young baby souls should have a protector, right? Mm-hmm. That means a lot of people are not, at a minimum too, they mother and their father. So let's keep this shit real.
Viruses.
Let's keep it all the way real. Who are responsible as the protectors of that baby soul?
The mother.
If she can be, yeah.
And the father. Why the fuck the father left out?
Now, if I remember correctly, it took a village to raise a child.
Grandparents and
Right, I understand that. But who are the first line of defense with the protectors of the babies? See, because what we not going to do, we not finna put it all on the woman, but then you want to say something about your raggedy, funk-ass sperm. Goddammit, you don't get to have it motherfucking both ways. So we finna rerun this shit. Shit. Who is the
village is your family?
I agree, but who brought that soul to fruition? Now I'm blinking 75 times. Blink, 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 blink 75 times. It took a mama and a daddy, right?
Daddy.
Who is the first protector of those baby souls? The mama and the pappy. And if they can't do the job, then it's the soul family. So that means people aren't fulfilling their fucking contracts.
And they're not even tapping into family to get help.
Or family are just walking away and not helping. Now, if we want to keep this shit motherfucking funky, let's keep this shit funky. How many black children are in foster care? See, don't fucking play with me. That's what we not gonna motherfucking do. Don't play with me. How many black children are in foster care? And that shit happened within 2 fucking generations. Cause that wasn't like that when my grandmama and them was on the motherfucking block. If something went down in the family, oh no, you finna bring that baby over here. Or them babies over here. It wasn't no fucking thing as the state stepping in and taking that child. So don't fucking play with me. Who's responsible for these children? That's why I can say what I say and I mean what the fuck I say. If you don't have a healthy family, you don't have shit. And to be honest, we don't have shit to talk about. Because the responsibility starts with you. Bottom line. It's fucked up this way because people are not fulfilling their soul contracts. So the only one that I'm going to accept as an exception to there are no victims are the motherfucking babies. And we are responsible for them babies. And it starts with the mama and the pappy and in that family. So let's not fucking play, because that's not happening. You got the mama and the father failing, and you got that entire family failing. So that means that entire fucking bloodline is not fulfilling a contract. So let's not fuck around and play. We don't get to sit up here and tell half the motherfucking story.
Protecting the child also begins before it's here.
Now come on now with it. Please explain.
Because the baby experiences everything the mother experiences.
Mm-hmm.
The baby eats everything the mother eats. The baby feels everything the mother
Absolutely.
feels. Hears everything that's going on around the mother. The baby knows whose voice soothes the mother. The baby knows whose voice agitates the mother.
Right.
Relationships with the child, as far as for extended family or even the father, begins while the child is still in the womb. You can talk to the baby, you can play music for the baby. But if you're constantly around ratchetness, watching all this low vibrational shit, that's the shit you're introducing to your baby before it physically manifests.
Right.
There's so much more that goes into it before that soul is even here.
Yeah.
And just ain't no way around taking care of the babies, because everything begins with that. This entire experience.
And I'll give you that. Yeah. I update my message. They the only fucking victims. The rest of you can go fuck yourself. I don't want to hear it.
So that means that a panorama of information has to come to that baby soul before the baby makes the decision to come to that family.
Yeah, and the baby knew already that you was a fucked up, stinking ass degenerate.
Yeah, it has to be.
The baby already know that shit. They probably smoked the motherfucking joint in the absolute. God damn it, I got to go down here. Yeah. Shit. And deal with these motherfuckers.
But then you have strangers coming into the environment as well. That's people who hurt the baby along the line, you know. So that means that the soul is given a whole picture, not just a glimpse of whatever is going to happen to them.
If you write your contract, what does that mean?
You know everything.
Exactly.
You should be privy to the contract.
Exactly.
Did you ever see Doom Patrol?
I saw the original Dune. But that is that the new one that came out recently?
It's Doom, Doom.
No, I thought you meant Dune. Nope.
It's like from the comic books.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
And during this series, they dealing with alternate universes, this, that, or the other. Mm-hmm. But there's a narrator. Every time they think that they're getting ready to win, he'll change up the script. He'll sit up and write a whole new script. But at some point, they figured out that they could rewrite the script.
Right.
And they start overwriting his narration.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same fucking thing that we're supposed to be doing.
I agree
Now,
with that.
if we create our own reality, we don't have to have any of this fuckery
You don't have to have it.
existing.
You
There
don't
doesn't
have to have it.
be any suffering.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Even though you have people say that we have to suffer in order to burn. I call bullshit on that.
I agree with you on that. Because you even see people talking about that, like, just in everything. Like, in order to get to the good times, you have to have suffering. Motherfucker, why?
No, I don't.
Right. That ain't my experience. So now, if you telling me I got to go through some shit to be with your motherfucking funky stinking ass, that's a hard pass for me. So you literally telling me you finna make my life hell and miserable, nigga, because of what? Nah, it don't work like that. It doesn't have to be that way. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I learn best when I'm at peace.
I gotta have my peace. I promise you.
When my mind is clear.
I got to have it. Exactly. I got to have it. Absolutely. Agreed. No, that's a script. That's a script that somebody wants you to follow because they haven't gotten their shit together. Or whether or not they're working through some karmic debt, and they want to take you on that journey of working through their motherfucking debt, or they haven't done the necessary shadow work. No, I'm not. No, I can't do it because it don't have to be that way. You make a choice. You make a choice. You make the choice. I'm not here to go through suffering. I'm just that's not what I'm here for. You have the power to write the script the way you want to write it. Per it. You have that power. You know you can live in peace. You know you can love yourself unapologetically, right? You know you can love yourself unapologetically without fucking over and hurting other people, right? You know you can live in abundance, right? You know you can live in truth, right? You know you can be loved the way you want to be loved, right? It's a choice. Create the world you want to live in. There are no victims. The only exception I would make are the babies that if they came through you and your bloodline, you're supposed to be protecting. Shit. I'm on the baby side. Shit. Fuck all of y'all. I'm on the baby side. Shit. All right, so with all of that said, nephew, you have any last words for the family?
Really, it's just to highlight the points we've been going over, that we have to take responsibility for the position that we're actually in. As Brother Sean says, we have to be comfortable with our dark side. That's the actual side that does the work. Because when someone's doing you wrong, it takes that moment for you to get into your dark side to cut them off. I've had to realize that some people around me are not there to help me. They're actually there to keep me in that negative position. And if I didn't stand up and, as you said, write my own script and say, no, I need this to be like this. I need to be loved like this. I need you to treat me like this. If I didn't stand on those principles, they would be comfortable continuing to mistreat me. And remember, they won't acknowledge the mistreatment unless you do.
Right.
So, as you said, take that time and find out what your contract that you're supposed to be fulfilling? What are the things or the attributes you're supposed to be expressing in this real world? It's not about money, because we even see how the system is playing that all these companies are losing all this money, but they're doing all that to get control of your mindset and have them, they're trying to rewrite your script for you. So instead of you focusing on yourself, they're going to distract you with this, distract you with that, tell you everything's about money. But realistically, it's not, because your soul energy is the only thing that's important. Your Akashic records didn't say nothing about how much money you made, didn't say where you live. It doesn't care about any of that. It cares about the contract that you made before you entered into your baby state of mind, and what you're doing now in this moment that you have to do what you said you were supposed to do. So with that said, keep trying. Try your best, and that's all that really matters. What you can do in this moment in time. Remember, there is no tomorrow. The past doesn't exist. It's only this moment in time we have. So with that, I love you, and I'll see y'all next week.
Love you too, nephew. Wow, that was very, very powerful. That was very powerful. I like how you summarized that. Very, very good.
Thank you.
Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, I was wondering, there has to be some other differences between us as a man versus those that are considered humans. So it has to be something in the creation that's different, that we have a different experience from the soulless person versus a soul person. But I was just thinking that. It's just a thought that came to me. Because if we all have the same experience, that means we're all the same, and we're not.
Who said we having the same experience, though?
Yeah, we're on this plane. Yeah, we are. But the control of it may be different. Yeah.
Who said we're having the same experience? Is your experience my experience?
Nope.
Yeah, we're not having the same experience, because if I'm creating my own reality with interacting with my quote, quote, soul family, that's a different experience, right?
Exactly. And so there is a difference somewhere, and that's one of them.
Right.
I think there's more. Yeah, but I think it's
more.
And
I get your point that there are probably in the particular program entities that don't have a soul, or they're just simply a program. What do y'all call them? Non-participant characters, right? Or non-player characters, whatever y'all call it. Yeah, I would admit that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There has to be some kind of difference.
Yeah, that's a difference, but we're not all having the same experience, because we don't all have the same soul contract.
No, and that means, whatever happens to them is because of maybe what they signed up for, or they don't get a chance to sign up for. Either way, how that works. I mean, I know Edgar Cayce and his work, but I never ascribed to everything he said. But
yeah, neither do I. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, no, but great point, sis. Great point. Thanks, sis.
Yes, I love everybody. My computer's been going.
Yeah, I saw you, poor baby, getting kicked out and stuff.
Get kicked off the chat too. So when it kicks me off Zoom, it kicks me off the chat, and then they tell me they are unable to connect to the chat. So some of my stuff didn't go through, and I didn't see everybody's chat tonight, and I was trying desperately to get back. But anyway, I've been having it for a couple of weeks. I hope that it is Mercury in retrograde. So
I can't wait for this motherfucker to be over. We got 2 more weeks, sis, because it's kicking everybody's ass. I was in a meeting on Sunday, and we closed out the meeting trying to get an energy check on where everybody was. And one of the sisters was like, Mercury is in retrograde. I'm tired. And I'm like, girl, too. We was the only two in there that knew what Mercury retrograde was. And they was like, what's that? And she started rattling on like, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But yeah, we got 2 more weeks, sis. I'm like, shit, hurry up, Mercury retrograde.
This
God
computer
damn.
is crazy. It's like every 2 minutes I have to go in and go out, go in and go out.
Oh,
it's like,
man,
what
it's
in the
almost
world?
over. You got 2 more weeks. 2 more.
But
Thanks, son. Scotty clarify NPC's non-playable character. So yeah, you in the back, you don't even have a fully written out script for you because you're not a soul. So I'm concerned about you because if you don't get out my fucking face, NPC, I ain't got time for that, baby. You're not even in my contract or my script.
right.
But yeah, that was a very good one. That's a very good
That's
one.
why they give us those labels of, let's say, conspiracy theorists or crazy, because we're operating outside of their script.
Absolutely.
And
We're
it's
out.
important that-
Yeah, it
Yep.
has to be something. Yeah.
Yep. We're
Yeah, now
the
they're
we're the
showing us that
diversion.
they just-
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I don't give a fuck. Call me what you want to call me. I gives no fucks about none of that. That's not my concern. Say whatever you want to say about me. I don't give a fuck. My concern is what's in my contract. What am I doing? That's my motherfucking concern. Am I causing you harm? Because if I'm causing you harm, I'm ultimately fucking up myself. Other than that, baby, I don't give a damn what you say about she this, she that. Oh, okay then, and. Because I'm focused on what the fuck I'm supposed to be focusing on. Got time for that bull crap. Shit. All right. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, bro, you have to make a choice. And you have to make it now. In this present moment. Not tomorrow. Not next week. When tomorrow get here, it's the present moment. When next week get here, it's the present moment. Everything is a constant, continual, present moment unless you choose to keep rehashing the past, using the present moment to go back to a time that doesn't exist.
Right.
Same thing for the future. If you're doing what you need to do now, the time that you think is the future, when it becomes the present moment, you'll have manifested everything that you need.
Right.
That part.
But you have to be willing to put in that work. You have to quit comparing yourself and your experiences to anybody else's.
Yep.
Two people can sit up and watch the same event happen and both be affected 2 totally different ways because they have 2 unique perspectives and experiences.
Right.
So, as I said, don't compare yourself to other people. The only standard you have to live up to is your higher standard.
That's right.
And only you can figure out what that is. I can't tell you. Rhonda can't tell you. Sis Sandra, Nuwa, Scotty.
Exactly.
Can't none of us tell y'all what the fuck to do. Move the way you move and accept what comes with that. Love y'all. Wholeness and power.
Thank you, Brother Sean. Thank you, Brother Sean. All right, fam. So, I mean, my last words are basically, and you've heard it from me all the time, create the world you want to live in. It's simple. You have the control. Do you. So simple. It's just simple as that. So my song for tonight, Brother Sean, you brought it up and you said, don't be living in the past. So, okay, I'm doing the old school song. Remember this song, Brother Sean? This is Sandra. And I always got to try to sing at the end and my voice all messed up. Remember this song? Always seems to be something in the past.
Something in the past
right?
that won't let us last.
Right, one way. Well, because that's my group. They got some cuts. Oh, boy, was like, stop bringing up. Don't keep bringing up the past.
That's the song I was thinking about, too.
Okay, because when you said it, I'm like, wait a minute, that was the cut. Stop bringing up. Because he kept getting cussed out. Stop bringing up. So that's my song for the night, goddammit. But anyhow, go live your life, fam. Do you love yourself? Don't cause any harm to anyone and create the world you want to live in. So we will be back next week. All right, why you slipping on the new school songs? I ain't heard nary of a new school song, but okay.
Well, the only one I got, like I said, is not really new, but I would need help with the lyrics. It goes 21. Can you do something for me? Can't remember the name of it, but I was
Chelsea. Who made it? Was that Drake?
21 Savage and Drake. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I know a little bit, but baby, I don't know the lyrics to that. So all right, 21, whatever the fuck, whatever. Okay. Now I did hear a new school song. Actually, I like the whole reviving of the neo soul, like SZA and the Gambino Man, and I was listening to his song "Stay Woke." I'm like, damn, he did this shit. That funky 70 beat, "Stay Woke." He did that shit. So all right, so the Drake, what's the face of 21 Savage and Childish Gambino, "Stay Woke." God damn it, stay woke. So anyhow, so all right, fam. Huh?
I was saying shout out to Erykah Badu, the first one that really got us on that stay woke.
Right. Oh my. Right. So with that said, family, we out of here. We are Truth Uncompromised. Love y'all, family. Peace and love, fam.
Peace and love. Good night, fam.
Okay, see, look at me, y'all, fucking up once again. All right, my bad.
They play the music.